Chapter 7:18. What did you say? I'm not as good as that beast of yours? Ji Woo's eyes widened. His bell-like eyes were now filled with killing intent. In his opinion, Li Chongqing's words were an insult to him. Yes. I'm just stating a fact. Li Chongqing completely ignored Ji Woo's killing intent. Good boy, then I'll skin you, you beast, and pull out your tendons. Saying this, Ji Woo stood up. At the same time, the white bear monster king's eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty light. All right, brother, father told you to cultivate your mind. You're so hot-tempered, I'll go back and complain to father. Hearing Ji Meng's words, Ji Woo snorted and looked at Li Chongqing with hostility. My brother has a bad temper. Don't argue with him. Ji Meng tore off another piece of meat and handed it to Li Chongqing. This girl is very kind. They stayed on the island for a night. The superstorm didn't come. The next morning, the sun rose from the east and the sea was sparkling. Li Chongqing got up and took out his magic boat. Along the way, he found that Ji Woo and his sister were going in the same direction. What a coincidence! Ji Meng smiled at Li Chongqing. Your boat is slow. Why don't you put it away and sit with us? You can leave when we're not going the same way. Hearing Ji Meng's invitation, Li Chongqing thought about how slow his ship was and accepted her invitation. He put away his ship and sat with the white bear demon monarch on their ship. Although Ji Woo didn't like Li Chongqing, he loved his sister very much. Since his sister invited him, he didn't refuse. Ji Meng was obviously interested in the white bear monster king. Along the way, she kept teasing him. Unfortunately, the white bear monster king was very dissatisfied with being treated as a pet and didn't treat Ji Meng well. In his boredom, Li Chongqing took out his wine gourd. Although the wine gourd was only the size of a palm, it was actually a spatial magic artifact. It contained several hundred genes of fine wine. Smelling the aroma of the wine, Ji Woo rolled his eyes. He was addicted to alcohol. Li Chongqing had brought a lot of fine wine with him when he went out to sea this time, but he couldn't stop himself from drinking. He had already finished all of it a few days ago. Although he was still a little greedy, he could still endure it. Now that Li Chongqing had drunk so much, the aroma of the wine wafted over. To him, it was like 100 claws scratching at his heart, causing him so much pain that he wished he was dead. Li Chongqing saw Ji Woo's greedy face, shook his head and handed the gourd back to Ji Woo. At first, Ji Woo was a little embarrassed, but in the end, he couldn't resist the charm of the wine. He thought for a while and took the wine. He opened his mouth and poured the wine directly into his mouth. He was really swallowing like a whale. Li Chongqing couldn't help but shake his head. In the end, he simply asked him to find a wine jar and pour out an entire jar of wine from the gourd. However, he had underestimated Ji Woo's alcohol tolerance. After a while, the jar of wine was emptied. Li Chongqing had no choice but to pour more wine. With Ji Woo's drinking style, even the wine in Li Chongqing's jar wouldn't be able to withstand a few rounds of drinking. After drinking Li Chongqing's wine, Ji Woo's attitude towards Li Chongqing changed 180 degrees. Later, he even patted Li Chongqing's arm and called him brother. Brotherly, at the beginning Big Brother misunderstood you, so I apologize. However, Big Brother still wants to say a few words to you. With your temper, you really aren't suitable to travel the world. That Kuei cow's temper is so irritable, yet you dared to look at it. Even I couldn't withstand a slap from it, let alone you. And last night, you actually said that I'm not as powerful as that pet of yours. Do you know that I have a nickname? I'm called the Whale Tamer. The whales in the sea are strong enough, right? But when I stand on their backs, even the whales have to be obedient. Although that white bear of yours looks mighty, I can subdue it with a single slap. I don't think so. Li Chongqing smiled. Ji Woo's eyes widened. I just criticized you, but you don't remember. What should I say about you? 5 days later, Li Chongqing and Ji Woo finally finished their wine gourd. Ji Woo asked, Brother Li, we'll reach our destination in half a day. Where are you going? Even if Li Chongqing was going in the same direction as them, they had traveled tens of thousands of miles in the past 5 days. Ji Wu couldn't help but doubt Li Chongqing's intentions. Although Li Chongqing hadn't been overly enthusiastic about his sister these past few days, who knew if he was playing some sort of game to loosen the reins in order to grasp them better? Youngsters nowadays were full of trick. I'm going to the White Dragon King's mansion. When Li Chongqing said these words, Ji Wu and his sister were both surprised. What a coincidence! We're going to the White Dragon King's mansion too. Ji Wu grinned and thought that he was being too narrow-minded. Brother Li, why are you going to the White Dragon King's mansion? I have some grudges with the White Dragon King's mansion, Li Chongqing said casually. Brother, you're bluffing again. The White Dragon King is a profound realm expert. If you have some grudges with them, why are you going there alone? You must have something to ask of them, right? Li Chongqing didn't explain much to Ji Wu's presumption. Instead, he asked, Brother Ji, why are you and your sister going to the White Dragon King's mansion? We really do have some grudges with the White Flood Dragon King's estate. One of the White Flood Dragon King's juniors was stirring up trouble in my family's territory. When I saw how handsome that White Flood Dragon was, I immediately went to capture it and wanted to make it my mount. Who knew that it was actually a disciple of the White Flood Dragon King's estate? That White Flood Dragon is not someone I can trifle with. In the end, I had no choice but to release that White Flood Dragon. Furthermore, I was chased here by my master to apologize to the White Flood Dragon King's estate. Not only did I fail to capture his mount, I even had to become his grandson. But what can I do? The White Dragon Demon King is a profound realm expert. Even my father doesn't want to provoke him. I see. Li Chongqing couldn't help but sympathize with Ji Wu. Along the way, Li Chongqing found that Ji Wu was a man with a strong sense of self-esteem, even though he looked like a reckless and heartless man. Coming to apologize to someone was a disaster for him. Half a day later, the ship stopped in the middle of the sea. Li Chongqing looked around and found that the sea was calm. Just as he was feeling puzzled, the tranquil surface of the sea suddenly churned as if it was boiling. Then, a white flood dragon rushed out of the water and attacked the magic tool ship without any explanation. Chapter 719. This white flood dragon came with a menacing momentum. It opened its mouth and endless waves swept up from the water, rolling towards the magic treasure ship. Ji Wu was about to launch an attack when he saw the white flood dragon rushing towards him, but then he remembered that he was here to apologize to the White Flood Dragon family. Therefore, he put down his hand. I'm from the Ji clan, and I'm here to see the White Flood Dragon King, Ji Wu shouted. However, the White Flood Dragon didn't care at all. A wave crashed down and the entire ship was damaged. Li Chongqing and the others were drenched. The White Flood Dragon turned into a handsome young man with a long spear in his hand. He said loudly, Ji Wu, I know it's you. You injured my cousin a few days ago, and now you're in my territory. If I don't teach you a lesson, how can I vent my anger? Hearing this, Ji Wu realized that the White Flood Dragon was doing this on purpose. He had a fiery temper to begin with, and at this moment, he had a stomach full of anger. However, he did not vent it out, because his old father's words were still echoing in his ears. This time, he came to the White Flood Dragon clan to apologize, not to cause trouble. The White Flood Dragon King was powerful, and if he couldn't resolve this grudge, he might bring disaster to his clan. Since you've already shown us your power, can you let us go to the White Flood Dragon King's mansion? Ji Wu asked, trying to suppress his anger. Ha ha, ha. The White Flood Dragon man laughed disdainfully. That was just the appetizer. Do you think you can let it go by just pouring some water on you? In your dreams. I'll destroy your ship and show you the power of the White Flood Dragon clan's spear. With that, He raised the long spear in his hand and smashed it toward the ship. "You've gone too far." Ji Woo's veins popped out. However, no matter how reckless he was, he knew that he couldn't act wildly in the White Flood Dragon Clan's territory. At this moment, Li Changxing, who had been silent all this time, suddenly stepped forward and reached out his hand to meet the falling white spear. Boom! There was a loud bang. The spear was sent flying back by Li Changxing's punch. At the same time, Li Changxing took a step forward. His body turned into a blur as he charged into the air. He kicked the youth in the chest, sending him flying back into the sea. The young man thought that Li Changxing and Ji Woo were on the same side, so he was furious. He raised his spear and thrust it towards Li Changxing. The spear drew a trajectory in the air, and with a sharp sound of wind, it pierced towards Li Changxing's chest. But when it approached Li Changxing's body, Li Changxing stretched out his hand and instantly grabbed the spearhead. The incomparably fast and violent spear could no longer move forward. The young man did not expect Li Changxing to be so strong. Just as his expression changed, he saw Li Changxing holding the white spear in his hand, then stepping on the air, he rushed towards the young man. The young man instantly transformed into a flood dragon and pounced towards Li Changxing. But with a poochie sound, the spear pierced through his lower abdomen, and he was lifted up by Li Changxing. On the side, Ji Woo and his sister turned pale with fright. The young man let out a painful scream. "Brother Li, don't!" Ji Woo was shocked by Li Changxing's strength, but his heart was in his throat. This time, he came to the White Flood Dragon King's mansion to apologize. Now that Li Changxing had beaten up a member of the White Flood Dragon clan, even though he had nothing to do with Li Changxing, now that Li Changxing was on the same boat as him, it would not be easy to cut ties with him. Looking at the White Flood Dragon, Li Changxing swung his hand and smashed it into the water with the spear. Immediately, green blood floated on the surface of the sea. The White Flood Dragon did not have time to care about its injured body and directly dove into the sea. Li Changxing then flew back to the ship. Ji Woo couldn't help but sigh. "Brother Li, you're making things difficult for me. The White Flood Dragon clan is not that easy to offend. You dared to injure their clan's disciple, and the White Flood Dragon King will punish you personally. What should we do?" Ji Meng also frowned. She originally thought that her brother was unreliable enough, but she didn't expect that a random guy she met on the road would also be so reckless. "If the White Flood Dragon King's mansion wants to punish you, just let them come at me. I won't drag you and your sister into this." Hearing Li Changxing's words, Ji Woo and Ji Woo were moved. Ji Woo and his sister were touched, but they weren't willing to go against the White Flood Dragon King's estate for Li Changxing, a stranger they had met by chance. "Brother Sai." Ji Woo didn't know what to say. "Let's go, we'll talk about it when we reach the White Flood Dragon King's mansion." Then, Ji Woo put away the ship and stomped his foot on the ground, creating a path in the sea. Then, they walked in at the same time. After descending for about a few hundred meters, they saw a magnificent palace. This should be the White Flood Dragon King's mansion. As soon as they landed, a group of small demons rushed out of the palace with weapons in their hands. The leader was an armored demon with a spear in his hand. "How dare you injure a member of the White Flood Dragon clan? You're courting death." With that, Li Changxing and the others were surrounded. "I'm a disciple of the Ji family of the East. I'm here on my father's orders to see the White Flood Dragon King." "Were you the one who injured our sixth young master?" Ji Woo was about to speak when Li Changxing stepped forward. "I injured him. If you have any problems, just come at me. Good boy. Guards, take him down." The group of small demons immediately rushed toward Li Changxing. Ji Woo was about to speak when Li Changxing patted the White Bear Demon King. The White Bear Demon King suddenly grew to the height of a 2-story building. He raised his paw and slapped down. 7 or 8 small demons were smashed into meat paste. At this moment, Ji Woo and Ji Woo's eyes widened. This was because the aura emanating from the White Bear Demon King's body made both of their hearts palpitate. The demon general holding the spear was also shocked. Just as he was about to dodge, the White Bear Demon King opened his mouth and grabbed the spear. Then, the White Bear Demon King swallowed the spear. This scene made Ji Woo and Ji Woo's scalp tingle. They thought to themselves, Li Chongqing's pet is too fierce. Ji Woo was furious when Li Chongqing said he couldn't beat the white bear. But now, he wondered who would win if he really fought the white bear. Although Ji Woo was still unconvinced, he wasn't as confident as before. Brother Li, you've completely offended the White Flood Dragon King's estate. Listen to me, you should run away. Otherwise, it'll be too late when the experts from the White Flood Dragon King's estate come. I won't run away. I'm here to flatten the White Flood Dragon King's estate. Ji Woo's heart skipped a beat when he heard Li Chongqing's words. This brother's tone was ridiculously arrogant. The White Flood Dragon King's mansion was a famous existence within this sea region, and Li Chongqing actually said that he wanted to flatten it. At this moment, a series of rumbling sounds came from the White Flood Dragon King's estate. Then, countless demon soldiers rushed out. Li Chongqing's lips curled up. There was a hint of excitement in his eyes. Chapter 720. Who are you? How dare you trespass into the White Dragon King's estate? The leading demon general was clad in white armor and had a very powerful aura. Behind him were 7 or 8 subordinates with extraordinary auras. It's over. Ji Woo sighed. The 9 generals of the White Dragon King's estate. If I'm not wrong, the leader should be the White Dragon King's younger brother, Baitsong. I heard that he's the second strongest in the White Dragon King's estate, second only to the White Dragon King. He's already at the Finger Profound Realm. The other 9 generals are also at the Finger Profound Realm. They're the strongest force in the White Dragon King's estate. Ji Woo stepped forward and cupped his hands at Baitsong. I'm Ji Woo of the Eastern Ji clan. I'm here on my father's orders to apologize. Apologize? You just arrived and you already injured a disciple of the White Dragon King's estate. I think you're here to provoke us. Baitsong snorted and held a black spear in his hand. Li Chongqing noticed that all the members of the White Dragon King's estate used spears as their weapons. General Baitsong, please don't misunderstand. I'm not the one who injured the Bai family's members. I have nothing to do with him. Ji Woo quickly drew a line between himself and Li Chongqing. Although he had a good impression of Li Chongqing and felt that he was someone worth befriending, he wasn't willing to offend the White Dragon King's estate for Li Chongqing. Moreover, this wasn't his personal matter. The White Dragon King's estate was so powerful that even the Eastern Ji clan didn't dare to offend it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come all the way here to apologize. If he's not with you, then why did you come in with him? Baitsong frowned and asked. General Bai, you should know the sincerity of the Ji clan. No matter how stupid I am, I wouldn't dare to cause trouble in the White Dragon King's estate. Although Ji Woo was usually arrogant, he was extremely polite to the people of the White Dragon King's estate. All right, I'll believe you for now. Step aside and wait for us to take down this bastard. General Baitsong, there might be some misunderstanding. Ji Woo thought for a while and decided to defend Li Chongqing, who knew that when Baitsong heard this, his eyes immediately widened. Impudent! You still dare to plead for him? If you say another word, I'll take you down as well. Baitsong's aura was so strong that Ji Woo immediately shut his mouth and pulled his sister aside. Who are you? You dare to barge into my White Flood Dragon King's estate? At this moment, Baitsong's gaze descended onto Li Chongqing. Li Chongqing had stabbed a hole in the stomach of one of his clan's nephews. This meant that Li Chongqing's strength was extraordinary. However, Baitsong was an expert second only to his elder brother, the White Flood Dragon King. Naturally, he wouldn't put Li Chongqing in his eyes. I am Li Chongqing, the new leader of the Demon League. The new leader of the Demon League? Bai Tsong's expression changed drastically. You're the one who killed the young master of the White Flood Dragon King's estate, Bai Zhu? At this moment, it was obvious that everyone from the White Flood Dragon King's estate was nervous. The news of Li Chongqing's battle at the Demon League's banquet had already spread to the White Flood Dragon King's estate. Even the leader of the Demon League, the Golden Armor Heavenly Monster, had died at the hands of Li Chongqing. How could they not be afraid of such a dangerous person? Kid, you killed the young master of the White Flood Dragon King's estate, and you dare to come here? You're asking for death. Bai Tsong calmed down a little and his expression immediately changed to one of murderous intent. The Flood Dragon clan was a godly beast of the water element. They had an innate advantage in the sea. In addition, they were in the White Flood Dragon King's estate. Their battle strength would be enhanced here. After understanding this, they weren't so afraid of Li Chongqing anymore. Instead, they were eager to fight. I heard that your White Flood Dragon King has already come out of seclusion and is preparing to take revenge on me. Where is he? Tell him to come out, Li Chongqing said loudly. Everyone in the White Flood Dragon King's estate was enraged. Running to their doorstep, killing their young master, and even saying that he wanted to challenge their Demon King. In their eyes, this was insolent. On the other hand, Ji Wu and Ji Meng were completely dumbfounded. Although they didn't know why the leader of the Demon League had become a human being, they knew that the young man who was traveling with them was a powerful expert, killing the son of the White Flood Dragon King and provoking them at their doorstep. The siblings' hearts were in a perilous situation. They thought to themselves, this Li Chongqing is too daring. General Bai Tsong, the young clan leader, and I were the closest. Now that he is dead, I swear that I will avenge him. Although this Li Chongqing is powerful, since we are in the ocean, there is no need for us to be afraid of him. Why don't you let me fight first and test his capabilities? A muscular demon general stood out. His weapon was different from the others. It was a steel fork. He wore a green armor with a black robe at the back. It was obvious that he was a strength-type fighter. Actually, Bai Tsong couldn't figure out Li Chongqing's strength, but after hearing his subordinate's words, he felt that his subordinate was right. In the sea, with the support of the White Flood Dragon King's estate's array formation, they didn't have to be afraid of Li Chongqing. He purposely let his subordinate test Li Chongqing's strength and nodded, "Be careful. If you feel danger, stop immediately. Coming to my White Flood Dragon King's estate to cause trouble, we must kill him today to avenge our young master." That demon general nodded and took a few steps forward. "I am General Tian Kuei of the White Flood Dragon King's estate. Kid, I will let you experience my strength today." General Tian Kuei didn't finish his words. Li Chongqing raised his palm and slapped down, "So noisy. Let's fight, why are you talking so much nonsense?" Bang! Waves rippled on the seabed. Then, that General Tian Kuei was directly sent flying by the palm strike. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Although they knew that Li Chongqing was strong, they didn't expect him to be this strong. He attacked without saying anything, and he even showed his strength to the 100 Flood Dragon King's estate. Too strong. Ji Wu couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Thinking back to when he first met Li Chongqing and how he disdained and provoked Li Chongqing, he couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. He thought to himself, "Fortunately, Li Chongqing didn't bicker with me at the beginning. Otherwise, with my strength, I would have been smashed into a meat patty with just one slap." After all, although General Tian Kuei wasn't the strongest among these demon kings, he was still a finger-profound realm expert. The gap between the finger-profound realm and the Vajra realm was like a natural chasm. At this moment, even Bai Tsong couldn't stay calm. He shouted, "Everyone, attack together! We must take down this bastard!" The remaining demon generals all clenched their weapons and rushed toward Li Chongqing. Rumble! The entire bottom of the sea was in turmoil, and a violent aura instantly enveloped Li Changxing. Ji Wu and Ji Meng watched this scene with their hearts in their mouth. No matter how strong Li Changxing was, could he withstand the joint attack of 8-finger profound realm experts? In their opinion, there wasn't much hope. Rumble. Countless violent auras instantly enveloped Li Changxing. The powerful force caused the entire seabed to shake, and a huge crack appeared on the soil under his feet. Facing this powerful attack, Li Changxing patted the White Bear Demon King's head, telling him to hide first. Then, he raised his hand into a fist and punched out. Bang, 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 bang! A series of muffled sounds like thunder rang out. If one flew above the sea, they would see that the entire sea was shaking, as if there was a tsunami or an earthquake. At this moment, the demon kings that rushed up were all sent flying by this punch. Li Changxing himself, under the powerful force, sank into the mud at the bottom of the sea and disappeared without a trace. This kid won't take the opportunity to escape, right? Quickly set up the array, we can't let him escape. Demon General Baizong shouted loudly. In his opinion, Li Changxing must have been seriously injured after taking the attacks of so many demon generals. He would take the opportunity to escape. Although he was shocked by Li Changxing's strength, he thought that this was the best opportunity to kill Li Changxing. However, he soon realized that he was wrong because Li Changxing didn't have any intention to escape. He directly rushed out of the seabed, and it seemed that he wasn't injured at all. In Li Changxing's hand, there was a golden spear shining brightly. It was the White Flood Dragon tribe's heirloom, the Ardent Dragon Spear. The moment they saw the Ardent Dragon Spear, the eyes of the White Flood Dragon King's palace turned red. Their tribe's young master was killed by Li Changxing, and now, even their tribe's heirloom divine artifact was in the hands of the enemy. Kill him and take back the divine artifact. Baizong roared. Take back the divine artifact! Take back the divine artifact! The group of lesser demons raised the weapons in their hands. However, Li Changxing's eyes revealed a cold light. Every time the Ardent Dragon Spear was stained with the blood of the Flood Dragon tribe, there would be a slight change. Among the demons present, 80% of them were from the Flood Dragon tribe, especially the demon generals. Each of them had a pure bloodline, and their cultivation realm was even higher than the White Flood Dragon Prince, Baizhu. At that moment, he clearly saw that the Flood Dragon Phantom behind Demon General Baizong had already reached the 5th claw. Although the 5th claw wasn't fully formed, it was already very impressive. In Li Changxing's eyes, these Flood Dragons were all his prey. Kill! Baizong roared. The densely packed White Flood Dragon tribe members charged towards Li Changxing. Die! Li Changxing casually swung his spear and picked up a lesser demon. The Flood Dragon's body could be seen withering rapidly, and the Ardent Dragon's spear's aura changed a little. Li Changxing's eyes were filled with killing intent as he charged into the group of demons. Every time he swung his spear, a group of White Flood Dragon tribe members would turn into blood. Especially when Demon General Kuei charged forward again, he was picked up by Li Changxing's spear. The remaining few demon kings couldn't help but hesitate. Li Changxing was too terrifying. Every time he made a move, there would be blood. Just based on the battle strength that he had now, even if the few demon generals joined forces, they would still end up in a miserable state. Just as the demons were hesitating, a 5-clawed White Flood Dragon rushed out from the Golden Palace. How dare you! How dare you barge into my White Flood Dragon King's estate? Do you really think that there's no one in my White Flood Dragon King's estate? A dignified voice sounded. The members of the White Flood Dragon King's estate revealed a respectful expression. A golden dragon transformed into a middle-aged man with a dignified expression. He was glaring at Li Changxing with rage. He was the owner of the White Flood Dragon King's estate, the White Flood Dragon Demon King. Chapter 721. Li Changxing, How dare you come to my White Flood Dragon King's estate and behave so atrociously? Do you think there's no one in my White Flood Dragon King's estate that can stand up to you? An old figure quickly appeared. He held a long spear in his hand and looked majestic. His terrifying aura had already locked onto Li Chongqing. The White Flood Dragon Demon King was the only existence within the 100,000 miles of sea region that could contend with the gold-armored heavenly demon. He was many times stronger than ordinary demon kings. White Flood Dragon Demon King, I heard that you wanted to take revenge for your son and came looking for trouble with me. Look at how considerate I am, taking the initiative to come knocking on your door. Aren't you excited? Li Chongqing looked at the White Flood Dragon Demon King quietly. This great expert from the four seas didn't make him nervous at all. Li, you killed my son. Today I will skin you alive. The White Flood Dragon Demon King gripped his spear tightly. He didn't dare to let his guard down against Li Chongqing. After all, the gold-armored heavenly demon had died in the hands of Li Chongqing. Although he could traverse the 100,000 miles of sea region, there was still a gap between him and the gold-armored heavenly demon. The aura behind the White Flood Dragon Demon King was constantly surging, and the White Flood Dragon King's estate actually began to shake. Li Chongqing, if you leave my White Flood Dragon King's estate, I might really have to take a detour. Unfortunately, you shouldn't have come knocking on my door. The White Flood Dragon Demon King's voice resounded. The palace behind him suddenly rose from the ground and emitted thousands of golden rays as it smashed down towards Li Chongqing. The entire White Flood Dragon King's estate was actually a powerful artifact. From the top of the palace, Li Chongqing could feel the same aura as the ardent dragon's spear in his hand. They should be from the same person. Li, tremble before me. The huge palace brought along thousands of torrents of seawater as it came crashing down on Li Chongqing's head. At this moment, even with Li Chongqing's strength, he felt a powerful threat. Since the palace and the ardent dragon spear came from the same source, then let's see which one was stronger. The ardent dragon spear appeared in Li Chongqing's hand and emitted the same radiance. Ha! Li, this ardent dragon spear is the inherited treasure of my White Flood Dragon clan. Only those who cultivate my White Flood Dragon clan's true Dragon 9 transformations can unleash its power. You're actually using my White Flood Dragon clan's inherited divine weapon to fight me? Isn't that laughable? White Dragon Demon King's eyes were filled with mockery. Ji Wu and Ji Meng also shook their heads. They had also heard about the White Flood Dragon clan's ardent dragon spear. Except for the White Flood Dragon clan, even if other clansmen obtained it, they wouldn't be able to use its power. Really? You're too confident. Li Chongqing sneered as he lifted the ardent dragon spear. Rays of light blossomed as a water dragon art condensed beside Li Chongqing and swept towards the huge palace. At the same time, a 5-clawed golden dragon flew out from the ardent dragon spear, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. How is this possible? This was beyond White Dragon Demon King's understanding. Since when was an outsider able to use the ardent dragon spear? Furthermore, he was able to create the illusion of a 5-clawed golden dragon. Rumble! Li Chongqing was indifferent to the surrounding people's astonishment. He aimed the ardent dragon spear directly at the falling palace, causing the entire sea to tremble. The weaker demon soldiers vomited blood one by one under the terrifying energy. That palace was actually pushed back by Li Chongqing's spear by a few dozen feet. White Dragon Demon King, hand over your life. Li Chongqing brandished the ardent dragon spear in his hand and performed various spear arts. The golden dragon danced around him. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a member of the primordial divine dragon clan. Let's attack together. The other demon generals saw that even the Golden Palace couldn't suppress Li Chongqing and joined the battle. Come on! Li Chongqing laughed maniacally as the long spear in his hand was fully unsheathed. While fighting against the palace, he didn't forget to attack the surrounding demons. Every time the spear landed, a member of the White Dragon clan would die. Their blood and divine soul would be absorbed by the ardent dragon's spear. After killing a few demon generals, Li Chongqing felt a majestic energy spreading in his hand. The ardent dragon's spear finally had a qualitative upgrade. At this moment, the vast palace came crashing down again. "Break for me!" Li Chongqing roared and released all the terrifying energy in the ardent dragon's spear. Bang 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 bang! Waves rolled in the sea. This spear actually sent the palace flying. White Dragon Demon King was also sent flying out of the sea. He vomited blood and transformed back to his original form, a huge white dragon. "Take another spear from me." Li Chongqing felt the excitement in the ardent dragon's spear. He swept the spear and smashed it on White Dragon Demon King. That huge white dragon that was hundreds of feet long was sent flying into the sky. Li Chongqing stepped on the sky and swept out again. Bang! White Dragon Demon King's huge body was split into two by the spear. Dragon blood splattered on the sea. The ardent dragon's spear was shining brightly. "I'll fight you to the death!" White Dragon Demon King let out a furious roar. The two halves of his body merged back into one. His eyes turned bluish-purple and a strange light flowed on his body. Obviously, he was using a secret technique. The Golden Palace rushed out of the sea and flew into the sky. It kept growing bigger and bigger until it covered the entire sky. One could see countless illusory shadows of flood dragons flying in the palace. Imperial Ancestor Shi, descendant of the monarch. May the monarch descend and eliminate the evildoer. White Dragon Demon King murmured. A huge whirlpool appeared in the sky. Terrifying auras spread out. Ji Wu, Ji Meng, and the other demon soldiers also appeared on the sea. When they looked up at the huge whirlpool in the sky, everyone's face turned solemn. Patriarch is summoning the ancestral dragon. He will definitely be able to kill this human kid. Many members of the White Dragon clan murmured. At that moment, Li Chongqing clearly felt the ardent dragon's spear in his hand tremble slightly. The Golden Palace suddenly emitted a beam of light that connected with the whirlpool. A huge golden dragon claw slowly reached out and pressed down on Li Chongqing's position. "It's the ancestral dragon! The ancestral dragon has appeared!" The members of the White Dragon clan prostrated themselves on the ground. Even White Dragon Demon King showed signs of submission. The dragon claw has 9 claws. It's the legendary 9-clawed golden dragon. Li Chongqing couldn't help but feel shocked. A strong sense of danger rose in his body, making him feel small and insignificant. The ardent dragon's spear in his hand almost flew out. He almost couldn't resist. No. So what if it's a 9-clawed golden dragon? No one can make me submit. With a thought, Li Chongqing immediately raised his head and straightened his back. A powerful battle intent soared into the sky. In his divine soul, the fiend god was roaring. At that moment, Li Chongqing seemed to have discovered something. His eyes lit up. What ancestral dragon? Legend has it that the ancestral dragon has already fallen. This is just a remnant of the ancestral dragon's consciousness in a certain world. It was summoned here. Li Chongqing discovered the true face of the ancestral dragon's claw and sneered. A powerful force penetrated the ardent dragon's spear in his hand, and the violent feeling of the ardent dragon's spear gradually subsided. "Break for me." He stepped on the sea and soared into the sky. The long spear directly pierced the descending golden dragon claw. Rumble! At that moment, the golden dragon claw showed signs of collapsing. Li Chongqing's face was filled with joy. His guess was right. Although the dragon claw was powerful, it didn't even have 1/10,000th of the 9-clawed golden dragon's strength. Chapter 722. When Li Chongqing thrust out his spear, an endless roar resounded through the world. The golden light became the only thing in the world, as if it was going to pierce a hole in the sky. The golden dragon claw, which carried an intimidating aura and the supreme majesty of an emperor, was originally going to completely crush Li Changsheng. However, the moment it came into contact with the ardent dragon spear, it began to collapse. In the end, the 9 dragon fingers exploded one after another, turning into streams of golden liquid. "Break for me!" The ardent dragon spear in Li Changsheng's hand bloomed with thousands of rays of light. A golden dragon shadow roared loudly, and the golden liquid was slowly absorbed by the ardent dragon spear. How could this be? The demon generals of the White Flood Dragon clan widened their eyes. This is the ancestral dragon's claw. The ancestral dragon was one of the top creatures in the world even at the beginning of the world. Even if the ancestral dragon had fallen, and the dragon claw only had 1/10,000th of its power, it was still terrifying. But now, it was broken by Li Changsheng in one move. It was shocking. How is this possible? How can you unleash the power of the ardent dragon spear? Even the White Flood Dragon Demon King was completely shocked. The ardent dragon spear was the heirloom of the White Flood Dragon clan. He was once the owner of the ardent dragon spear, but the power it could unleash was limited. Otherwise, he wouldn't have passed it to his son. But now, in Li Changsheng's hands, the ardent dragon spear seemed to have been reborn. Its power was outrageous. The treasures of heaven and earth can only be obtained by the virtuous. This ardent dragon spear is destined to be with me, so I can unleash its power as soon as I get it. However, it is not destined to be with your White Flood Dragon clan, so even if it has been passed down for countless generations, you can only unleash the tip of the iceberg. Li Changsheng wasn't talking nonsense. From the first time he held the ardent dragon spear, he could feel the excitement in the spear. Although he still couldn't fully understand the ardent dragon spear, every time he used the ardent dragon spear, he felt a connection with it. Although the ancestral dragon's claw was powerful, it was still only a fraction of the ancestral dragon's strength. In addition, the ardent dragon spear seemed to have an innate ability to restrain the true dragon's bloodline. This allowed Li Changsheng to break the White Dragon Demon King's ultimate move. Li Changsheng, you are indeed very terrifying. But do you think that my White Flood Dragon clan will be eaten by you? White Dragon said coldly. He waved his hands, and the golden palace was like a mountain. Endless heaven and earth yuan qi gathered, forming a vortex. As it spun, it seemed to carry the power of the entire world as it pressed down on Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng slowly raised the ardent dragon spear, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. Indeed, although the ancestral dragon's claw was powerful, its true power lay in its effect on one's mind. Even an expert like Li Changsheng was almost suppressed by it, but this golden palace gave Li Changsheng an extremely dangerous feeling. It seemed to have the same origin as the ardent dragon spear. Moreover, White Dragon Demon King had a secret technique that could fully activate this palace. Li Changsheng, if you are willing to cripple your cultivation and become a slave, I might spare your life. White Dragon Demon King's voice echoed from the sky. Rumble! The speed of the palace's descent was very slow, but every inch it fell was like a mountain pressing down on Li Changsheng's heart, giving him a suffocating feeling. Not only Li Changsheng, but even the members of the White Flood Dragon clan had pale faces and were struggling to hold on. Today, I will remove the White Flood Dragon clan from the 10,000 miles of sea region. Li Changsheng's aura surged, and the shadow of a demon god roared continuously. I don't believe that you can resist my golden palace. White Dragon Demon King's hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were filled with madness and killing intent. Indeed, this golden palace was the true trump card of the White Flood Dragon clan. In the ancestral teachings of the White Flood Dragon clan, the descendants were warned not to use this palace unless it was a matter of life and death for the clan. This palace wasn't just a powerful artifact, it also stored the power left behind by the White Flood Dragon clan's patriarch. In the palace, the shadow of the White Flood Dragon Clan's patriarchs were the trump cards left behind by the White Flood Dragon Clan's patriarch. It could be said that Li Changxing wasn't just facing the White Dragon Demon King, but also the countless experts of the White Flood Dragon Clan. Even a peak-finger Profound Realm expert wouldn't be able to withstand such an attack. However, under such a powerful pressure, the shadow of the demon god behind Li Changxing roared continuously. Then, it turned into a black mist and rushed into the Ardent Dragon Spear. At this moment, the Ardent Dragon Spear was vibrating non-stop. Then, it turned into a 5-clawed golden dragon that seemed to be cast in gold. It let out a deafening roar and flew out, crashing into the Golden Palace. Rumble! This was the sound of the collision between the two. Then, the 5-clawed golden dragon rushed into the palace. Countless shadow dragons in the palace fled in panic, as if they had met the god of plague. However, they still couldn't escape the fate of being devoured by the 5-clawed golden dragon. How could this be? The White Flood Dragon Demon King's face was filled with fear. The 5-clawed golden dragon was like a wolf in a flock of sheep. The shadow dragons were quickly devoured by it. Then, the entire palace began to collapse, turning into a golden liquid that was absorbed by the 5-clawed golden dragon. In the end, under such a powerful force, the entire palace disappeared and turned into nothingness. The 5-clawed golden dragon gradually grew its 6th claw. At the same time, a string of golden words appeared in the sky, shining brightly. I am the first Dragon Emperor. I dominated the 9 heavens. However, I was too strong and the heavenly Tao didn't tolerate it. In the end, I would die in this world. At the moment of life and death, I used the bones of the dragon god to refine this spear. I named it the Ardent Dragon Spear. It was born to carry my will and fuse with the blood of the divine beast. Seeing this string of words, Li Changxing finally knew the origin of the Ardent Dragon Spear. It was actually refined from the bones of the first Dragon Emperor. Moreover, it could not only absorb the blood of the Dragon Clan, but also the blood of any divine beast. How could the treasure of the Dragon Clan fall into the hands of a puny person like you? The White Flood Dragon Demon King's eyes flashed with passion after seeing this string of words. The Golden Palace was refined from the head of the second Dragon Emperor. It was already incomparably noble. Previously, the White Flood Dragon Clan thought that the Ardent Dragon Spear was a claw of the second Dragon Emperor. They didn't expect it to be the bones of the first Dragon Emperor. No wonder it could devour the blood of the Dragon Clan and even the Golden Palace. Return the treasure of the Dragon Clan to me. The White Flood Dragon Demon King rushed towards Li Changxing in a frenzy. The White Flood Dragon Clan had the treasure for thousands of years, but they couldn't find out the secret within. Now that it was in the hands of an outsider, how could he accept it? You're courting death. Seeing the White Flood Dragon Demon King rushing towards him, Li Changxing stabbed his spear without hesitation. After devouring the Golden Palace, the Ardent Dragon Spear's power had reached an unimaginable level. With a loud bang, the tip of the spear pierced into the White Flood Dragon Demon King's abdomen. Visible to the naked eye, the White Flood Dragon Demon King's blood was being absorbed. In the end, even his divine soul was struggling to fuse with the Ardent Dragon Spear. The White Flood Dragon Demon King was completely annihilated. Li Changxing looked at the White Flood Dragon Clan below, his eyes filled with killing intent. Chapter 723. The Patriarch is Dead. Baitsong, the younger brother of the White Dragon Demon King, bit his lips with bloodshot eyes. His hand that was holding the long spear was trembling. Ji Wu, Ji Meng, and Ji Wu were also stunned. The White Dragon Demon King was like a god in this 100,000-mile sea region. But now, he was killed by Li Changxing. We must avenge our patriarch. Baitsong suddenly transformed into a flood dragon and soared into the sky, charging towards Li Changxing. Rumble! The golden long spear dyed half the sky golden. Facing Bai Tsang, who was rushing towards him, Li Changxing directly struck out with his spear. A loud boom resounded between heaven and earth. The white dragon's body was instantly pierced through and turned into ashes at a speed visible to the naked eye. Rumble! The waves on the sea were turbulent. The demon soldiers of the White Dragon Demon King's manor were trembling. Li Changxing was like a demon god. Bai Tsang, who was second only to the White Dragon Demon King, was killed by him so easily. It's time to end this. Li Changxing held the ardent dragon's spear tightly and rushed into the White Dragon clan's camp. This was a massacre. The golden light spread out, and wherever it passed, the White Dragon clan members would turn into ashes. Although these White Dragon clan members were strong, they were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered in front of Li Changxing. Puff, 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 puff. Dragon bodies fell one after another. Green dragon blood filled the entire sea region, and the smell of blood filled the air. 10 minutes later, all the White Dragon clan members died in Li Changxing's hands. The ardent dragon's spear let out a series of vibrations as a terrifying energy hibernated within it. After killing the White Dragon Demon King, the ardent dragon spear's shadow had turned into a 6-clawed golden dragon. The highest level of the true dragon clan is the 9-clawed golden dragon. I wonder how many divine beasts I have to kill and how much blood I have to soak in before I can evolve this ardent dragon's spear to the highest level. Li Changxing murmured to himself. The ardent dragon's spear was extremely powerful. It was already the most powerful weapon he had. Even the Heart's Wish sword was no match for it. Above the raging sea, the White Flood Dragon clan was almost wiped out. Only Ji Wu and Ji Meng were left. They were trembling in fear and didn't dare to look Li Changxing in the eyes. Li Changxing was too terrifying. He killed his way into the White Flood Dragon clan's lair alone with his spear. He was like a killing god. After a long time, Ji Wu sighed and cupped his hands. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Please forgive me if I offended you on the way here. Ji Meng also lowered her head and stood on the sea. Li Changxing's strength had left a deep impression on the siblings. The big white bear obediently followed behind Li Changxing. Although White Bear had submitted to Li Changxing in the past, there was still some dissatisfaction in his heart. However, after witnessing the scene today, he was completely willing to submit. There are still many secrets in this ardent dragon spear that need to be explored. The White Dragon Demon King has built his mansion here. This is a good place with dense spiritual energy. Thinking of this, Li Changxing looked at Ji Wu and Ji Meng. It's fate that we met on the way here. If you need anything in the future, you can find me at the Eastern Sea's Azure Gate. Now, I'm going to cultivate in seclusion here. You two, please do as you wish. After saying this, Li Changxing didn't wait for their reply. His body sank into the sea and entered the White Flood Dragon King's mansion. The Golden Palace had been uprooted from the ground, and a pitch-black cave could be seen below. Guard outside. Li Changxing ordered Song Bai Xiong, and then rushed into the cave. As soon as he entered the cave, he felt the rich spiritual energy rushing towards him. It was just as he expected. When Li Changxing entered the cave, in addition to the rich spiritual energy, he released his divine sense. However, he found that everywhere his divine sense passed through was pitch black, as if it was connected to the 9 nether hell. It was full of unknowns. Li Changxing suddenly understood that the reason why the White Flood Dragon clan was able to obtain the Ardent Dragon Spear and the Golden Palace was probably related to this underground cave. Thinking of this, Li Changxing's heart was filled with anticipation. His body turned into a streak of light and rushed into the cave. About 10 minutes later, the darkness in front of him suddenly disappeared. In a daze, he arrived in a colorful world. In this world, there was a huge white flood dragon chained up by several iron chains. This white flood dragon's aura is so terrifying. Li Changxing carefully observed and found that this white flood dragon actually had 5 claws. 5-clawed dragons were no longer flood dragons. They had evolved into the true dragon clan. Therefore, the white flood dragon in front of Li Chongqing was a real dragon. This was the white flood dragon clan's residence. For such a white flood dragon to appear here, it definitely had something to do with the white flood dragon clan. It was very likely that this white flood dragon was their ancestor. However, he didn't know why it was chained up here. Li Chongqing's thoughts turned. He directly took out the wishful heart sword. It turned into a streak of sword light and slashed at the white dragon. Since it was related to the white flood dragon clan, it was an enemy and not a friend. Of course, he had to eliminate all future troubles. The white dragon had probably been sleeping here for too long. It didn't expect that someone would intrude. Therefore, when it reacted, it was already too late. It was directly cut into two halves from top to bottom by the sword light. Originally, he thought that killing the white dragon would be over. However, he didn't expect that after the white dragon was cut up, it turned into a cluster of white light and directly floated into the depths of this world. And the colorful scene just now, with the departure of the dim light, disappeared without a trace in an instant. Everything in front of him became pitch black once again. How could this be? I clearly killed the white dragon. Regarding the changes in front of him, Li Chongqing's heart was a little vigilant. It should be an illusion. Everything just now was created by that cluster of light. What should I do? Should I continue to explore? After thinking for a while, Li Chongqing made up his mind. He had lived for tens of thousands of years and had seen all kinds of storms. How could he be frightened by the small changes in front of him? Soon, he continued to move forward. Since it was under the palace of the White Flood Dragon clan, how could Li Chongqing miss the ancient secret history of the White Flood Dragon clan? After continuing to walk for more than 10 minutes, a bloody smell suddenly filled the air in front of him. Although the range of Li Chongqing's divine sense was greatly limited, he could still explore clearly within a few dozen meters. He had already noticed the abnormality in front of him. He didn't wait for the bloody thing to come out. He slashed out with his sword and cut it in half. Only then did he see it clearly. It was a monster similar to a toad. Its strength was not strong. It was equivalent to a human covert power warrior. However, Li Chongqing frowned because he sensed that there were countless similar creatures approaching from the front of the cave. It was as if he had barged into their nest. The ardent dragon spear can absorb the blood of divine beasts. I wonder if this toad also has the blood of divine beasts. With a thought, Li Chongqing put away the heart-wishful sword and summoned the ardent dragon spear. He smashed out with the spear. The mighty golden light was like a flood pouring into the cave, rushing forward. In an instant, it was unknown how many monsters were smashed into pieces. Sure enough, Li Chongqing found traces of aura integrated into the ardent dragon spear. However, this aura was too weak. It was estimated that tens of thousands of them were not comparable to an ordinary demon soldier of the White Flood Dragon clan. However, it was better than nothing. I wonder if there will be stronger existences inside. Li Chongqing was faintly looking forward to it. Chapter 724. After killing hundreds of monsters, Li Chongqing suddenly sped up. At the same time, the ardent dragon spear was activated, illuminating the entire dark cave. Nearly an hour later, Li Chongqing discovered that a door had appeared in front of him, blocking his path. Without hesitation, he blasted the door into smithereens. He took a step forward and discovered that he had arrived in another world. After entering this world, Li Chongqing stopped moving forward. After a short while, a dense crowd of demonic beasts appeared. This time there were countless bats. Li Chongqing unfolded the ardent dragon spear, and it was another massacre. Unfortunately, although the bats on this floor were much stronger than the toads on the previous floor, they didn't enhance the ardent dragon spear at all. It seemed that the toads were weak, but there was a trace of their ancestors' bloodline dormant in their bodies. Although the bats were strong, they weren't the descendants of divine beasts. Li Chongqing understood this point. He didn't stop and arrived at the third world. Wild boars ran out, and each of them had the strength of a human Grandmaster realm expert. Li Chongqing continued to kill and pass all the levels until he reached the 9th floor. During this period, the ardent dragon spear had absorbed countless bloodlines. Each of the demonic beasts on this floor was equivalent to a Vajra realm expert. This time, even Li Chongqing had to use his full strength. He unfolded the ardent dragon spear and sent a horned tiger flying. Then, he saw that there were dozens of demon beasts of different shapes and sizes. 9 was the number, and this was obviously the last level. There are so many demonic beasts. I want to see what I will see after passing this last level. Li Chongqing rushed into the demonic beasts with his spear. The indestructible body was fully activated. The spear in his hand was like an ancient beast bearing its fangs, rushing in with golden light. Each of these demonic beasts was equivalent to a human Vajra realm expert, and their bodies were stronger than humans. Li Chongqing brandished the ardent dragon's spear and directly pierced through the head of a yak-like beast, causing it to explode into a bloody mist. The dense qi fused into the ardent dragon's spear. At this moment, Li Chongqing actually felt spiritual energy entering his hand that was holding the ardent dragon's spear, nourishing his body. Li Chongqing never thought that the ardent dragon's spear would have such a function, and his confidence immediately increased. The ardent dragon's spear was unfolded by Li Chongqing. Wherever he pointed, he would hit. Every time he attacked, it would inevitably take away the life of a demon beast. Even if there were dozens of powerful demon beasts in front of him, in Li Chongqing's eyes, they were just food to enhance his strength. Bang 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 bang. Li Chongqing completely unleashed the ardent dragon's spear, like an undefeatable god of war. This was a one-sided massacre. In just a short while, nearly a third of the dozens of demonic beasts had been killed by him. I wonder what changes will happen to this cave after killing all these demonic beasts? The more Li Chongqing killed, the more energetic he became. In the end, he felt a strange power slowly entering his body from the ardent dragon's spear. The more demonic beasts he killed, the stronger this feeling became. Li Chongqing didn't know if this feeling was good or bad, but at this moment, he was so excited to kill that he couldn't care less. A long spear was unstoppable. Finally, when he turned the last demon beast into a bloody mist, he came to the deepest part of the cave and saw a cluster of flickering light. "Let's see where you can run to." Li Chongqing laughed out loud, waving the ardent dragon's spear and thrusting it out. The moment it came into contact with the dim light suddenly exploded. At the same time, the dense light flowed along the ardent dragon's spear into his body. It went deep into his meridians and flowed along his meridians to his dantian. Li Chongqing was immediately shocked. This dim light was too strange, but when he wanted to get rid of it, he found that he had no way to do so. Just as he was anxious, the dim light had already merged into his dantian and turned into a white dragon. Just as Li Chongqing was at a loss and didn't know what to do, another golden light flowed into the ardent dragon's spear. After entering his dantian, it actually merged with the white dragon in an instant. Suddenly, the white dragon was dyed golden. In that instant, Li Chongqing felt that the ardent dragon's spear in his hand had completely become a part of his body. This was the true refinement of the ardent dragon's spear. At the same time, the golden dragon was constantly swallowing and spitting out the true essence in his body. After swallowing and spitting out the true essence in Li Chongqing's body, it turned golden and merged into Li Chongqing's bones and flesh along his 7 meridians. Suddenly, Li Chongqing's mind gave birth to a trace of understanding. This seemed to be the circulation route of a cultivation technique, the White Flood Dragon Clan's 9 transformations of the true dragon. Just like that, Li Chongqing had inexplicably comprehended this miraculous cultivation method. It seemed that this was the biggest secret in the cave. Li Chongqing had gained quite a bit from this trip. While Li Chongqing was fighting in the cave, an uninvited guest was standing in front of the Azure Sect's main gate on the island in the east. He was an old man wearing a golden robe. This is Li Chongqing's sect. What a big move. They moved a mountain to the island. No wonder they dared to kill my son without any scruples. This old man was the ancestor of the water-repelling golden-eyed beasts. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his palm and slammed it in front of him. Rumble! Under his palm, a hole was torn open in the mountain's protective array. Who dares to break into my Azure Sect? Angry voices could be heard. The eldest disciple Zhou Hong, the second disciple Tong Xian, the Taoist priest Lu Chong, and Ah Zhu appeared respectively. Other than that, even the neighbors near the verdant gate were alarmed. Seeing the figures appear one after another, the golden armor ancestor couldn't help but feel disappointed. That Li Chongqing has poor taste. His subordinates are as weak as ants by the roadside. How disappointing! The golden armor ancestor sighed. Since that is the case, I will wipe out the Azure Sect directly and then kill Li Chongqing as a sacrifice to my son's soul in heaven. As soon as he finished speaking, he stretched out his finger and pointed it out. In the next second, a huge finger appeared in the sky and pressed down on Zhou Hong and the others. It was as if he was crushing an ant. He wanted to destroy the Azure Sect with just a finger. You are going too far. Zhou Hong was also a Vajra realm martial expert now. Seeing how arrogant the other party was, he couldn't help but be enraged. He slashed with the long saber in his hand. Art of spring withered wood. He yelled, and endless power slashed on the finger with his saber. However, in the next second, he was in despair because the sharp saber light dissipated as soon as it touched the finger. At this moment, the finger was already above everyone's head. A strong sense of danger shrouded everyone's heart. It was despairing. Chapter 725. On the small island, the disciples of the Green Sect were in despair. The enemy was too powerful for them to resist. The difference in strength between them was too great. Boom! Vitality was surging, and the huge finger was like a mountain. Are we going to die? While the disciples of the Green Sect were in despair, the saber light in Zhou Hong's hand rose into the air again and slashed at the finger. Lu Chong, Azu, and the others also made their moves, but they couldn't change anything. Under the finger, everything was destroyed. In the next second, Zhou Hong and the others vomited blood. The entire Green Sect was about to be destroyed by the finger. At this moment, Zhou Hong roared, "Formation, rise!" The entire mountain began to shake, and then rose from the ground to meet the finger. Rumble! The world was shaking. It was an extremely spectacular scene. The huge mountain collided with the finger, and the mountain began to collapse. Smoke and dust rose in all directions. I didn't expect Li Chongqing to have a backup plan. The golden armor patriarch was a little surprised, but it was soon replaced by a sneer. Under his finger, the mountain completely collapsed. In a cloud of smoke and dust, the people of the Green Sect disappeared. It's a teleportation array. After observing for a while, the golden armor patriarch immediately understood. Li Chongqing actually left a teleportation array at the bottom of the mountain to escape. He's a thoughtful person. However, you've offended the water-repellent golden-eyed beast. No matter where you run to, I'll kill you all. The golden armor patriarch looked to the east. I heard that Li Chongqing came from the mainland. You killed my son, so I'll kill all your family and friends. As soon as the golden armor patriarch finished speaking, his body turned into a ray of golden light. At this moment, in front of the Mount Shu sect, a few figures staggered over. Their faces were covered in dust, and their clothes were ragged. They were the people of the Green Sect led by Zhou Hong. Who broke into Mount Shu? A disciple of Mount Shu held a long sword and looked at the newcomers warily. Mount Shu had set up a protective array outside, and ordinary people couldn't break in at all. Therefore, even though Zhou Hong and the others were in a sorry state, the people of Mount Shu still didn't dare to let down their guard. "We're from the Green Sect. We'd like to see the Mount Shu sect leader." Zhou Hong cupped his hands and said. He knew that Li Changxing had a close relationship with Ding Qingyang and Ding Qingxue, the sect leader of Mount Shu. Therefore, he chose to seek refuge in Mount Shu after escaping from the island through the transmission formation. Verdant Gate. The Shu Mountain disciple was stunned. Then he remembered that it was the newly established sect in the capital. Their sect leader had attended their opening ceremony, so he didn't dare to be negligent. He immediately lit the paper crane in his hand to send a message. Not long after, Ding Qingyang, Ding Qingxue, Elder Yu Feng, and other senior members of Mount Shu walked out together. When he recognized Zhou Hong and the others, a look of surprise appeared on his face. "What happened to you guys?" Hearing Ding Qingyang's words, Zhou Hong's tears flowed out. He told Ding Qingyang about the gold-armored patriarch. "What about your master?" Ding Qingxue was very concerned about Li Changxing. She was afraid that Li Changxing would encounter some mishap. "It's been a long time since Master left the island. There's been no news from him." "I see. Come in first." Ding Qingyang, Ding Qingxue, and the others brought Zhou Hong and the others into the Mount Shu sect. They asked someone to take a bath for them. Just as they were about to discuss the specific countermeasures, they heard a loud bang. Then, a disciple came in to report in a panic. "Sect leader, elders, bad news. There's an old man in a golden robe in front of the mountain gate. He broke our mountain protecting formation with one palm." "What?" Ding Qingyang, Ding Qingxue, and the elders were all shocked. The mountain protecting formation of Mount Shu was extremely powerful, but now it was broken by someone so casually. It should be the gold-armored patriarch. Zhou Hong and the others still had lingering fear. The other party was too powerful. "Let's go and meet him." Ding Qingyang and Ding Qingxue walked out at the same time. They led their hands, and two swords flew out from the depths of the Mount Shu sect. These were treasures passed down from the Mount Shu sect. After being refined by the brother and sister, they were very powerful. They were called the Purple and Green Twin Swords. As soon as the two swords flew out, they immediately rushed in the direction of the gold-armored patriarch. However, in the next second, the gold-armored patriarch stretched out his hand. The two swords whined at the same time and were caught in his hand. No matter how hard they struggled, they could not break free. How can he be so powerful? Ding Qingyang and Ding Qingxue finally understood why Zhou Hong and the others were so scared. The other party's strength was simply too terrifying. What should we do? The people of the Mount Shu sect also panicked. Run. Run to the Qingqing sect. The Qingqing sect has an ancient guardian beast. Maybe it can stop him. Ding Qingyang immediately made a decision. He activated the teleportation formation of the Mount Shu sect and took everyone to escape. The gold-armored patriarch stood in the sky and looked at this scene with a sneer. He could have cut off the formation, but he did not do so. "Li Changxing, you killed my son. I'll kill all the people related to you." Half a day later, the gold-armored patriarch arrived at the Qingqing sect. The guardian beast of the Qingqing sect that had lived for hundreds of years was killed by him with one slap. A day later, Yan Shuangying and the others of the Qingqing sect fled to the Wutang sect. It didn't take long for the gate of the Wutang sect to be breached. Song Zhen, the sect leader, was almost killed by the gold-armored patriarch on the spot. The Wutang sect fled again. The entire cultivation world fell into an uproar. The gold-armored patriarch seemed to be playing a game of cat and mouse. He would not kill people directly, but as long as the people of the Qingqing sect ran to any sect, that sect would be destroyed. They could only choose to flee with them. Later, the major sects regarded the people of the Qingqing sect as the plague and were afraid of being affected. As long as the people of the Qingqing sect appeared, they would immediately close the gate and refuse to help the people of the Qingqing sect. The people of the Qingqing sect were like stray dogs. What about that Li Chongqing? Isn't he known as the strongest person in the cultivation world? Why did he become a coward at this time? Bulsh *T number 1 expert. He provoked the golden armor ancestor, causing the people of the sect to flee everywhere. Who knows which corner he is hiding in? What a cowardly fellow. I used to regard him as my idol. Now I'm ashamed of him. All kinds of voices were heard. After half a month of hunting, the gold-armored patriarch still did not see Li Chongqing appear. He began to kill. Every day, the disciples of the Qingqing sect were killed. Even Lu Chong was almost killed. Li Chongqing, I'll give you 7 more days. If you don't show up in 7 days, I'll kill everyone related to you. The gold-armored patriarch shouted across the air. At the same time, Li Chongqing, who had been cultivating in the cave for a few days, began to return. When he returned to the island where the Qingqing sect was, he was dumbfounded when he saw the ruins. What the hell is going on? Just as he was furious, a figure sneakily spied on him from the side. Get out here! Li Chongqing swung his hand and smashed a boulder in the distance into pieces. A figure ran out from behind the boulder, trembling in fear. Mercy, immortal master! Mercy, immortal master! It turned out to be Li Chongqing's neighbor, the carp spirit Li Gon. Speak, what the hell is going on? Li Chongqing asked coldly. His eyes were filled with endless killing intent. Immortal master, it's the gold-armored patriarch. He said he wants to avenge his son. What about the people of the Qingqing sect? Li Chongqing's heart skipped a beat. If the gold-armored patriarch killed his way to the Qingqing sect, wouldn't the people of the Qingqing sect be in danger? The people of the Qingqing sect have already escaped through the teleportation array. I just received news that the gold-armored patriarch destroyed 7 or 8 sects on the mainland. He said that if a mortal master doesn't show up in 7 days, he'll kill everyone related to you. 7 days. Li Chongqing's eyes flickered. Since the gold-armored patriarch dared to humiliate me, I'll prepare a generous gift for him. After saying that, Li Chongqing did not fly to the mainland. Instead, he flew into the depths of the sea. Li Gon was puzzled. Could it be that immortal master Li Chongqing doesn't dare to face the gold-armored patriarch, so he chose to hide? 3 days later, the gold-armored patriarch, who had killed dozens of disciples of the Qingqing sect and several other sects, finally decided to kill Zhou, the eldest disciple of the Qingqing sect. However, before he could make a move, countless black things fell from the sky. They were heads. Gold-armored patriarch, you killed the people of the Qingqing sect. Are you satisfied with this gift? A cold voice came from the sky. Li Chongqing held the ardent dragon spear in his hand, looking majestic. On this day, news came that Li Chongqing had rushed to the depths of the sea and killed more than 100 of the water-repelling golden-eyed beasts. Other than the golden armor ancestor, all the other water-repelling golden-eyed beasts were killed. Chapter 726. Li Chongqing, you and I are irreconcilable enemies. The golden-armored patriarch gritted his teeth and spat out those words. The water-repellent golden-eyed beast clan had a hard time reproducing. His only son, the golden-armored heavenly demon, had died at the hands of Li Chongqing. There were still a few collateral descendants who could inherit the bloodline of the golden-eyed beast clan, but now Li Chongqing had eliminated them all. More than 100 of his clansmen had been killed by Li Chongqing. He did not hesitate to fight to the death with him. Li, you're courting death. The golden-armored patriarch was furious. With a roar, the wind and clouds changed, and a black axe appeared in his hand. The Tianyuan axe was the legendary divine artifact of the water-repellent golden-eyed beast clan. Although it could not compare to the White Flood Dragon clan's ardent dragon spear, The axe in the hands of the golden-armored patriarch had once shocked the entire sea region. At this moment, the axe carried a heavy aura. It slowly rose in the hands of the golden-armored patriarch. Boom! At this moment, a terrifying aura began to spread from the golden-armored patriarch. Having lived for hundreds of years, the golden-armored patriarch had shocked the sea region. It had been a long time since he really fought. Although he had chased down the people of the Verdant sect a few days ago and destroyed the mountain-protecting array of each sect, the golden-armored patriarch was just playing around. Now he was really serious. The Tianyuan axe appeared, stirring up the boundless wind and clouds, and slashed down with terrifying power. Boom! The huge power of the axe seemed to be splitting the sky and earth. It was not fast, but every time the axe pressed down, the power was countless times stronger. Before it really landed, the members of the various sects below, from the sect masters to the ordinary disciples, all felt their souls trembling. In the distance, countless experts were watching from afar. The chi of heaven and earth here was so turbulent that almost all the experts in the cultivation world were alarmed. In the pre-Qin dynasty, the human race reigned supreme, and most of the demons were just their mounts. I didn't expect such a powerful expert to appear in the demon race now. I'm afraid no one can stop him. Can Li Chongqing really do it? Countless people muttered to themselves. He was shocked by such a threat. At this moment, Li Chongqing lifted the ardent dragon spear, and a six-clawed golden dragon soared into the sky. The golden light was dazzling, and it was filled with a vast aura. It met the heavenly essence axe head-on. From afar, one could see two powerful energies, one black and one gold, colliding with each other. Rumble! Powerful energy spread out in all directions. Even the clouds were shattered. The entire sky seemed to have turned into a huge lake. Boundless ripples undulated unceasingly. However, this seemingly beautiful ripple contained a terrifying energy. In all directions, whether it was ancient trees or buildings, whether it was boulders or mountain peaks, everything that was swept by this energy was turned into dust. One of the spectators was hit because he was too close, and his blood sprayed into the air. This time, the spectators who had maintained a sufficient distance from the battle quickly distanced themselves. It was too terrifying. Even the aftershocks of the battle were not something they could withstand. After the first strike, the heavenly essence axe was once again swung back. On the other hand, Li Chongqing stood in place without moving an inch. It was obvious that Li Chongqing had the upper hand. Again, the golden armor ancestor's expression did not change because his attack had been blocked. The heavenly essence axe suddenly expanded to 100 feet in size and slashed down directly. Bang, 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 bang! The void shattered and a series of sonic booms sounded. It was as if the entire sky was shaking. It was as if a mountain was pressing down, or as if a planet was falling from the sky, passing through the atmosphere and smashing down directly. What a terrifying power! This time, no one could remain calm. This kind of power was simply destructive. Can Li Chongqing still withstand it? Even the people of the Green sect who trusted Li Chongqing could not help but feel nervous at this moment. This kind of power was too shocking. It had already touched the earth immortal realm. The ancestor of the water-repellent golden-eyed beasts had been in seclusion for many years and finally achieved something. Good one! Li Chongqing's eyes were also filled with excitement. This kind of attack was worthy of his full strength. Ardent Dragon Spear, break for me! A loud roar was heard. The Ardent Dragon Spear emitted a dazzling golden light. It opened up a path in the void with a mighty momentum. This spear strike could be said to be Li Chongqing's full strength. One could see the image of a flood dragon roaring continuously, and there was even a god roaring furiously. The sound of blood gushing like a great river came from his body, and the chi and blood chi illuminated his back with a blood-red glow, as if he had transformed into an oven, burning fiercely, and the heat was oppressive. This was Li Changxing's strongest attack that gathered the strength of his physical body and the true essence all over his body. Bang! The moment the huge heavenly essence axe collided with the long spear, it was directly smashed and sent flying backward. One could see that a corner of the sharp axe had fallen off. The golden armor ancestor's body retreated more than 100 feet. He held the heavenly essence axe tightly, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. At this moment there was finally a look of horror in his eyes. He did not expect that his attack would be broken by Li Changxing. Take another one of my spear. Li Changxing's hair fluttered in the wind, and his body was burning with fighting spirit. He took a step forward, and his body drew a long shadow in the sky. He soared into the sky and revealed his sharpness. Bang, 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 bang! The ardent dragon's spear and the heavenly essence axe kept colliding. Many people could not bear the terrifying sound waves and were bleeding from their 7 orifices. There is actually such a powerful person in this world. It's too terrifying. The golden armor ancestor is almost comparable to an earth immortal, and Li Changxing is strong enough to kill immortals. Countless people sighed in their hearts. There is actually such a powerful person like Li Changxing in this world. Even the golden armor ancestor is completely suppressed. If the golden armor ancestor dies in the hands of Li Changxing, who in this world can stop Li Changxing? I, the unique and righteous, I, the unique and righteous. Countless people were overwhelmed with emotions. Since the Age of Doom, human cultivators had been declining. It was not until Li Changxing's rise that people saw the glory of this era. It seems that no matter what era it is, there will be the birth of a supreme expert. Just as everyone's emotions were fluctuating, boom! Li Changxing smashed down with his spear again. This spear directly blasted down. Wherever it passed, the endless primordial qi was directly separated, turning into a vacuum. The heavenly essence axe was smashed by the spear, and cracks appeared on the axe body. The legendary divine weapon of the water-repellent golden-eyed beasts is indeed inferior to the ardent dragon's spear of the White Flood Dragon clan. Li Changxing stood in the void and said with contempt in his eyes. The golden armor ancestor's face was extremely ugly. Li Changxing's words were not only insulting him, but also looking down on the entire water-repellent golden-eyed beasts clan. How could he not be angry? But so what if he was angry? Li Changxing was too powerful, so powerful that he felt powerless. Li, you forced me to do this. The golden armor ancestor put away the heavenly essence axe, then raised his head. The aura on his body changed, and he turned into a huge wild beast. The most powerful part of the monster beast clan was their original body. In human form, they could only use 1/10 of their strength. Li Changxing, are you ready to die now? A majestic voice resounded through the clouds. At this moment, the golden armor ancestor was finally forced to use his trump card by Li Changxing. Chapter 727. Bang, 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 bang. A gigantic golden beast that was several stories tall appeared between heaven and earth. Its heartbeat was like the beating of a drum. Its pair of gigantic eyes flickered with golden light. Its sharp fangs were like sharp swords, causing people to feel a chill down their spines. Roar! His roar formed a whistling wind. At this moment, the golden armor patriarch was undoubtedly terrifying. You're too naive if you think you can fight against me after transforming into a demon. Li Changxing raised the ardent dragon's spear and thrust it out. At this moment, he seemed extremely small in front of the giant golden beast. However, the moment the ardent dragon's spear was thrust out, the vitality between heaven and earth shook violently, and a golden light pierced through heaven and earth. Li Changxing and the ardent dragon's spear in his hand were completely connected by blood after comprehending the cultivation technique of the White Flood Dragon clan in the cave. This attack was also the strongest attack that he had combined with the ardent dragon spear. One could see that the golden light was unstoppable. It carried an indomitable aura that wanted to pierce through everything in front of him. The moment the giant golden beast was hit by the ardent dragon spear, its huge body directly brushed against the ground and moved hundreds of meters away. Countless ancient trees and rocks in its path were all smashed into pieces. This is too terrifying. Countless people widened their eyes. The moment the golden armor patriarch transformed into his demonic form, everyone felt insignificant and invincible. However, at this moment, he was sent flying by Li Chongqing's spear. Isn't Li Chongqing too powerful? Not only can he be considered the best in the cultivation world, but he can also be considered invincible on the entire earth, right? Everyone's mind was in turmoil. However, the golden armor patriarch, who was sent flying, stood up again. He opened his bloody mouth and breathed in and out vitality. One could see the endless spiritual energy of heaven and earth pouring into his body like a vortex. The decadence that he felt when he was sent flying by Li Chongqing was swept away in an instant and was replaced by a terrifying aura. Li Chongqing, you're too arrogant. Sending me flying with your spear just now was your best chance to kill me. Unfortunately, you missed it. Now let me end you completely. After swallowing the endless heaven-earth Yuan Qi into its stomach, the golden beast seemed to have been reborn. In the midst of a powerful battle, he made a breakthrough in the line between life and death. Half-step Earth Immortal. At this moment, the golden-armored beast seemed to have some kind of connection with the heavens and earth. His every move could affect the surrounding weather. In particular, the ocean-like Yuan Qi of heaven and earth continuously entered his body, repairing his injuries. The number of half-step Earth Immortals had almost dried up over the past few hundred years. Earth Immortals had long disappeared from the world. The gold-armored patriarch had actually stepped into the threshold of the Earth Celestial stage. Didn't this mean that after today, he would very likely become the only living Earth Celestial in the world? The Earth Celestial stage is a legendary stage. Even if it's just half a step into it, it's still extremely terrifying. Li Chongqing is in danger. Countless people mumbled to themselves as their minds wavered. They looked at Li Chongqing with pity in their eyes. Indeed, with Li Chongqing's talent, he would definitely be able to step into the Earth Celestial stage if given more time. However, it was obviously impossible now. No matter how many trump cards Li Chongqing had, could he fight against a half-step Earth Celestial stage expert? Boom! With the surging of the heaven-earth Yuan Qi, the gold-armored patriarch finally began to attack. His huge body leaped into the air, leaving 2 cracks in the ground and covering half the sky. He pounced on Li Chongqing. Endless heaven-earth Yuan Qi surged out with his pounce. It was like a huge wave on the sea, sweeping toward Li Chongqing. Li Chongqing is doomed. Even Ding Qingyang, Ding Qingxue, Yan Shuangying, Song Zhen, and the others were in despair. However, in the face of the gold-armored patriarch, who had reached his peak, Li Chongqing's face was surprisingly calm. The celestial demon shadow behind him kept roaring. The golden 6-clawed golden dragon danced around him. His qi and blood kept burning. Finally, the 3 celestial demons merged into one and turned into a golden god. The ardent dragon's spear roared in the sky. Li Chongqing stabbed out with his spear. It was like a fast boat breaking the waves. It hit the giant golden beast directly. Boom! He blocked the giant golden beast with his spear. However, it was obvious that Li Chongqing's body moved back several feet. Compared with his initial motionless state, this was obviously a bad sign. The gold-armored patriarch, who had been at a disadvantage, was finally evenly matched with Li Chongqing. Again, the gold-armored patriarch pounced on Li Chongqing again. Wherever the mighty power passed by, the void would crumble continuously. Good timing! Li Chongqing waved the ardent dragon spear and stood upside down in the sky. In an instant, he stabbed the giant golden beast thousands of times. Once again, he forced the giant golden beast to retreat to its original position. Gold-armored patriarch, do you really think you can defeat me as a half-step Earth Celestial? At this moment, Li Changxing chose to withdraw the ardent dragon spear. At the same time, all the strange phenomena behind him disappeared. He raised his fist and took a step forward, rushing toward the giant golden beast. He chose to fight the giant golden beast in close combat. Everyone was shocked. As everyone knew, the human body was much weaker than the demonic beast's body. The strength of human beings was that they were good at controlling all kinds of weapons and making use of the power of mountains and earth veins to fight their enemies. Now, Li Changxing's action was tantamount to giving up his advantage. He was using his weakness to fight the enemy's strength. Wasn't he courting death? The gold-armored patriarch's eyes were full of mockery. Li Changxing, are you at your wits' end? How dare you compete with me in terms of physical strength? Then I'll send you on your way. The giant golden beast's scales stood erect. Then, it stomped on the ground and pounced toward Li Changxing. That huge beast paw slammed directly towards Li Changxing's chest. Wherever the powerful force passed, there was a continuous rumble. Since Li Changxing had chosen to fight with his physical strength, he naturally wouldn't throw away his life. No matter how many magic treasures he had and how many cultivation skills he had, what could really help him was the 9 revolutions of celestial demons. The indestructible celestial demon body, which had been tempered by the 9 revolutions of celestial demons, was Li Changxing's greatest reliance. Therefore, he chose to fight the gold-armored patriarch with his physical strength. In the eyes of many people, Li Changxing was no different from throwing away his life. However, only Li Changxing knew that this was his most powerful trump card. Originally, Li Changxing didn't need to use his trump card to deal with the gold-armored patriarch. However, he didn't expect the gold-armored patriarch to break through to the half-step Earth Celestial stage during the battle. Therefore, Li Changxing had to use his most powerful means. Rumble! The powerful force of qi and blood accompanied Li Changxing's fist. The mighty force directly collided with the gold-armored patriarch's demonic paw. Crack! 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 The collision of forces caused the entire void to shatter. The raging wind from the extraterritorial space flowed backward and was driven by Li Changxing's fist, forming a tornado spectacle. Bang! 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 The powerful force slapped the gold-armored patriarch's giant paw away and then slammed into the giant beast's lower abdomen. With just one punch, the giant golden beast fell heavily to the ground, causing smoke and dust to rise. The giant golden beast struggled to climb out of the pit. Just as it was about to counterattack, it saw Li Changxing transform into a giant celestial demon. His scarlet eyes reflected a cold and bloodthirsty light. Gold-armored patriarch, do you think you're the only one with a demonic body? I wonder if you dare to compete with my demonic body? Chapter 728. The Golden Armor Ancestor felt a great sense of danger. In the sky, the fiend god Li Changxing had transformed into a terrifying aura that made his heart tremble. The fiend god body. Li Changxing stretched his body. This was the first time he had transformed into the fiend god body. When he fought against the 5 monster kings, he only had the appearance of a fiend god. But now, he had inherited the power of a fiend god. Golden Armor Ancestor, let me see how powerful your monster body is. Li Changxing raised his huge fiend god claw and clawed at the Golden Armor Ancestor. This was a fiend god that was hundreds of feet tall. Looking up from below, one couldn't even see his head. The fiend god claw was several stories high. When it slammed down, even the Golden Armor Ancestor, who had a strong physique, was like an ant. I don't believe a human can have the power of a fiend god. The Golden Armor Ancestor opened his bloody mouth and pounced at the fiend god Claw. At this moment it was like two ordinary beasts fighting. But because they were too big, they had a terrible destructive power to the mountains and rivers under their feet. The golden armor ancestor was going all out. The scales on his body were shining brightly. Bang! There was a loud sound. The fiend god Claw pressed down mercilessly. In the next second, the huge golden beast that the golden armor ancestor had transformed into was smashed to the ground. At this moment, several of the golden beast's teeth were broken, and its body was covered in bright red blood. Li Chongqing, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. The golden armor ancestor's voice was mournful. Powerful primordial qi gathered in his body, and a terrible power was gradually released. Li Chongqing, I'm a half-step earth immortal. I didn't expect to be no match for you. In that case, let's die together. With that, he turned back into his human form. The heavenly essence axe in his hand shone brightly. Then, the golden armor patriarch turned into a golden light and merged with the axe, becoming one with it. No matter what kind of Dharma treasure it would be connected to the owner's heart. It was a secret technique that allowed the owner to become one with the magic treasure. It was the most mysterious tool controlling technique. The Sky Origin Divine Axe was the divine weapon of the water-repelling golden-eyed beasts. It had been refined by the golden-armored ancestor for many years, and it was only now that it truly displayed its power. However, the golden armor old ancestor had paid the price with his life. Rumble! The Heaven Origin Divine Axe continued to grow. In the blink of an eye, it had grown to the size of 1,000 feet, and it was still growing. The power emanating from the axe had already caused the mountains and rivers beneath their feet to crumble. The earth sank. The spectators around them, including those from Mount Shu and the Verdant sect, quickly retreated. The area within a radius of 100 miles had turned into chaotic vital energy. The wind was raging, the void was trembling, and the sun and moon were dimmed. This is too terrifying. This is going to create a new world. Old Ancestor Golden Armor has fused with his axe. His current combat strength is probably not inferior to an earthly immortal expert. Is this the power of an Earth celestial stage powerhouse? Countless people sighed. This kind of power shouldn't have appeared in this world. Was Li Chongqing stronger, or was the golden-armored ancestor more powerful? Many people were looking at the center of the battlefield. Unfortunately, there were chaotic airflows everywhere at the moment. The tornadoes that reached the sky couldn't be seen clearly at all. Under such power, the spectators didn't dare to get close at all. Even if they were swept by the weakest power, it would be enough to seriously injure a Vajra realm powerhouse. When the axe grew to nearly 1,000 feet, it finally chopped down on Li Chongqing's head. At this moment, a huge crack appeared in the void. One could see the raging storm inside. Wills descended from the crack. When they came into contact with the sharp power of the axe, they were directly crushed into pieces. How dare you, barbarian, hurt my divine soul? It seems to be an Earth celestial. How could there be an Earth celestial stage powerhouse in such a small space? Countless thoughts came from the crack. In the next second, they were quickly obliterated by the sharp edge of the axe. Space was the most fundamental law that constituted this world. When the space barrier was broken, countless powerhouses in this void noticed the existence of this world. Unfortunately, the power of the Tianyuan axe was at its strongest at this moment. Those thoughts had already become weak after passing through the spatial storm. How could they withstand the sharp edge of the axe? Good timing. Golden-armored ancestor, I'll kill you today as a sacrifice to my ardent dragon spear. In the future, I'll take credit for your contribution when I conquer all the world. Although Li Chongqing had already known about the existence of the extraterrestrial space from various ancient books, it was only at this moment that he saw a corner of the extraterrestrial space. The dozens of wills that descended just now were extremely powerful. They should be powerhouses above the Earth's celestial stage. This allowed him to see a broader sky. At this moment, the Tianyuan axe finally chopped down. This axe was enough to divide yin and yang and split heaven and earth. Good timing! Li Chongqing held the ardent dragon spear in his hand and met it directly. Under the state of the godfiend body, the power of the ardent dragon spear increased by dozens of times. When the spear was used, all the power gathered at the tip of the spear. It penetrated the turbulent primordial qi and directly met the blade of the Tianyuan axe. At this moment, the golden ardent dragon spear and the black Tianyuan axe finally collided. Bang 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 bang! Like dozens of atomic bombs exploding at the same time, powerful energy swept across heaven and earth. The cracks in the space that had already been split open expanded again. Several figures could even be faintly seen standing outside the cracks, observing the vibrations inside. Open for me! Li Chongqing suddenly activated his godfiend body. After blocking the attack of the Tianyuan axe, the ardent dragon spear stabbed out. The rotating golden light was like a river that had broken through a dam, surging down violently. At that moment, the cracks that had already appeared on the Tianyuan axe split directly from the middle. Then, a golden giant beast fell out of the giant axe. Golden armored ancestor's body fell from the sky, his eyes full of sorrow. I actually lost. Li Chongqing, you are the strongest powerhouse in the world. At this moment, Li Chongqing, who had won, did not have much joy on his face. Instead, he sighed. If your Tianyuan axe had not been damaged, perhaps you could have died together with me. What a pity! Li Chongqing did not know whether he felt pity for golden-armored ancestor or for losing such an opponent. After all, in this world, with Li Chongqing's current cultivation, it was too difficult to find another opponent. Interesting, such a powerhouse has appeared in this small world. That attack just now was not inferior to an earthly immortal. I don't know where this world is. Should we descend and explore? That young man is very suitable for me. It would be good to sign a master-servant contract and be my battle servant. Several powerful thoughts were constantly talking and wanted to descend directly through the cracks in the space. Where did this reckless thing come from? You want to take me as your servant? Li Chongqing was aware of the information that these thoughts were talking about. He suddenly flew into a rage and raised the ardent dragon spear. Under the godfiend indestructible body, the ardent dragon spear burst out a dazzling golden light and rushed into the crack. The dozens of thoughts were instantly shattered. The figure that was the first to approach was directly smashed back by the spear and was submerged in the endless cracks. How dare you! How dare you hurt me! An angry voice came from the void. At this moment, under the operation of the rules of heaven and earth, the cracks slowly closed and finally disappeared completely isolating the angry voice from the void. Chapter 729. Gold-armored old ancestor, this is your fate to meet me. Li Chongqing said coldly. Golden armor old ancestor closed his eyes. He knew that Li Chongqing would not let him live. Sure enough, as soon as Li Chongqing finished speaking, the scorching dragon spear in his hand fell from the sky and pierced golden armor old ancestor's body. Rays of golden light could be seen fusing into the scorching dragon spear. In the end, golden armor old ancestor's body was completely turned into ashes. On the scorching dragon spear, the shadow of a flood dragon gradually turned into 7 claws. Although it was not fully condensed, it was obviously infinitely close. I wonder what changes will happen when the scorching dragon spear evolves to the highest level? Li Chongqing was looking forward to it. In the distance, countless spectators were looking at the center of the battlefield. At this point in the battle, no one could tell who would be the final winner. Finally, when the surging yuan qi of heaven and earth gradually dispersed, the people saw a figure standing proudly between heaven and earth. Who else could it be but Li Chongqing? Li Chongqing won. Countless people had mixed feelings. Golden Armor Old Ancestor was already a half-step Earth Immortal, but he still could not escape the fate of being killed by Li Chongqing. Then, what kind of realm was Li Chongqing in? Earth Immortal? That was obviously not possible. If Li Chongqing was an Earth Immortal, Golden Armor Old Ancestor would not have been able to fight with Li Chongqing for such a long time. But if he was not an Earth Immortal, how could he kill Golden Armor Old Ancestor, who was a half-step Earth Immortal? Maybe he is also a half-step Earth Immortal. That was the only thought people had. The disciples of Verdant Sect, Mount Shu, Qingqing, Wudong, and other sects cheered excitedly at this moment. Golden Armor Old Ancestor destroyed the mountain gates of several major sects and forced them to become homeless dogs. Now, Golden Armor Old Ancestor was finally dead. Master. After Li Chongqing landed, Zhou Hong, Tong Xian, and the other disciples all knelt on the ground. Master, I am incompetent. Even the sect was destroyed. Zhou Hong lowered his head and said, How can I blame you? That Golden Armor Old Ancestor was so powerful that even I almost couldn't subdue him. Li Chongqing helped Zhou Hong up. When he first accepted this eldest disciple as his disciple, he was completely moved by his perseverance. Now that he was already in the Vajra realm, and after being hunted down by the gold-armored patriarch, his strength had obviously improved again. Unintentionally planting a willow, the willow is a shade. Li Chongqing sighed inwardly. Since the sect has been destroyed, we can just rebuild it. Then, Li Chongqing thanked Yan Shuangying of the Qingqing sect, Song Zhen, the leader of the Wudong sect, and the others respectively. When the disciples of the Qingqing sect were in trouble, they helped them, but in the end, the sect was destroyed, and many of their disciples were killed by the gold-armored ancestor. I, Li Chongqing, will never forget your great kindness. If you need my help in the future, just say the word. I, Li Chongqing, and all the disciples of the Verdant sect will go through water and tread on fire without hesitation. Li Chongqing said solemnly. The leaders of the various sects hurriedly returned the salute. At the same time, they were secretly delighted. This time, they helped the Verdant sect and gained Li Chongqing's friendship. In their opinion, everything was worth it. Those sects that had closed their doors and refused to help the Verdant sect were regretting it at this moment. Li Chongqing had killed the gold-armored patriarch, so he was undoubtedly the strongest person in the world today. If such a person could gain his friendship, it would be very precious. Unfortunately, the best time to help him in his hour of need had passed. Even if they wanted to curry favor with Li Chongqing now, it would just be icing on the cake. Li Chongqing might not remember their kindness in his heart. Because the headquarters of the Verdant sect had been destroyed, Li Chongqing was not in the mood to be a guest of the major sections. After bidding farewell to the people of the various sects, he went to a mountain not far from the Mount Shu sect. Li Chongqing asked the people of the Verdant sect to set up camp nearby while he began to get busy. Every day, he would send all kinds of flags into the mountain range. After 49 days, after a period of repair, the sects that had been destroyed by the gold-armored patriarch had almost all been repaired. When they heard that Li Chongqing was near the Mount Shu sect, many people came to visit. On this day, Li Chongqing finished his work and returned to the stronghold of the Verdant sect. The leaders of the various sects greeted Li Chongqing. Greetings, Mr. Li. Now, Li Chongqing was truly the strongest person in the world. Even the patriarchs of the sects who had been in seclusion for a long time took the initiative to come out of seclusion. When they saw Li Chongqing, they also treated him as an equal. There was no one who dared to treat Li Chongqing as a junior. The current Li Chongqing was not someone who dared to treat him as a junior. Everyone is here at the right time. Today, you can witness the reconstruction of the Verdant sect. Hearing Li Chongqing's words, everyone's face was filled with doubt. Is the Verdant sect going to choose to build a sect in the land of Shu instead of on the sea? Li Chongqing didn't explain much. Instead, he asked everyone to retreat 100 miles. Half an hour later, he suddenly cast a spell. Boom! A huge tremor came from the entire earth. Under Li Chongqing's control, 5 mountains rose from the ground and went straight into the sky. Then, Li Chongqing turned into a godfiend and flew to the East Sea with the 5 mountains in his hand. In the distance, the leaders of the various sects looked at the scene in the sky and were all dumbfounded. Last time in the capital, Li Chongqing moved a small mountain to the East Sea. In the eyes of many people, it was already a big deal. However, compared to today, it was really a small matter. Each of the 5 mountains was tens of thousands of feet tall. Now, Li Chongqing directly moved them with his hand. He was simply a legendary godfiend. Even if Li Chongqing is not an earth immortal, he is not far from it. Wu-Tang sect leader Song Zhen muttered to himself. He remembered the first time he saw Li Chongqing. At that time, Li Chongqing's expression was amazing, but there was still a big gap between him and now. After the battle with the gold-armored patriarch, Li Chongqing was like a towering mountain that they could only look up to. The battle with the gold-armored patriarch had indeed benefited Li Chongqing a lot. Recently, he had felt the barrier of the earth immortal realm. He only needed one step to enter that mysterious realm. The 5 mountains were carried by Li Chongqing out of the land of Shu, across 3 major provinces, and from Nantian Island to the East Sea. This time, he kept going deeper and deeper and chose to build the sect on the Demon Island where the headquarters of the Demon League was located. The last time Li Chongqing went to the Flame Island, he found that the location of the Verdant sect's headquarters was too remote and the spirit chi was very poor. If he wanted to use the spirit chi, he had to connect with the spirit vein at the bottom of the sea, which was time-consuming and energy-consuming. The Demon Island where the headquarters of the Demon League was located had a huge spirit vein, which was a good place to build a sect. Moreover, the gold-armored patriarch had been killed by Li Chongqing and several monster kings had been subdued by Li Chongqing. Now, the Demon League had completely become Li Chongqing's territory. Li Chongqing had long planned to integrate the Demon League and the Verdant sect, which could solve the current situation of the Verdant sect being weak. Li Chongqing carried the 5 mountains and landed on the Demon Island. Countless demons fled in panic. The monster kings, who were left behind by Li Chongqing to manage the demons, hurriedly came out and saluted when they saw Li Chongqing. Disperse all the demons on the island. I want to root these 5 mountains on the island. Hearing Li Chongqing's order, the monster kings didn't dare to neglect and hurriedly ran away. Then, they saw the 5 mountains falling from the sky. Rumble! On the sea, there were huge waves, and countless fish and prawns were sent flying out of the sea. With this earth-shattering noise, it also announced that the Verdant sect had officially become the overlord of the sea. Chapter 730. Li Chongqing placed the 5 mountains on the Demon Island, and the several demon kings on the island hurriedly came forward to salute him. A few days later, the eldest disciple, Zhou Hong, arrived with Tong Xian, Wang Hua, and Lu Chong. Looking at the 5 towering mountains, their minds swayed. Gather all the members of the Demon League on the Demon Island and help me build a cave mansion. As soon as Li Chongqing gave the order, countless small demons rushed to the Demon Island. Looking at the demon aura on the Demon Island, Li Chongqing couldn't help but frown. His green sect was, after all, a human sect. Although he believed in teaching without discrimination and didn't distinguish between humans and demons, these demons were cruel and violent. If he left in the future, Zhou Hong and the others wouldn't be able to suppress them with their strength. Although he was worried, he didn't have a good solution at the moment. Fortunately, Li Chongqing had planted control talismans on the demon kings, so these people didn't dare to betray Li Chongqing. However, whether Zhou Hong could take over the overall situation in the future depended on his own ability. After all, Not daring to betray Li Changxing didn't mean that they would obey Zhou Hong's words. With so many small demons, Li Changxing suddenly thought of a magic tool, the Demon Converging Banner. According to the legend, this super magic tool could control thousands of demons. But thinking of the materials needed to refine this magic tool, Li Changxing could only think about it. Today's spirit qi was severely depleted, so there was no condition for Li Changxing to refine a super magic tool. Otherwise, Li Changxing wouldn't only have two magic tools in his hands, the Wishful Heart Sword and the Ardent Dragon Spear. Moreover, they were both snatched from the hands of others. These small demons were easy to use. Because of the large number of people, a demon mansion was soon built. In the past, these demons on the demon island either lived in water or in caves. Now that they were building a tall palace, it suddenly had a bit of immortal meaning. Li Changxing once again laid down countless formations. The incident with the golden-armored ancestor had given him a great warning. If he hadn't been so quick-witted to leave behind some backup plans, his 3 disciples would have already become the golden-armored ancestor's meal. After laying down layer after layer of formations, coupled with the guidance of the underground spirit vein, the entire demon island was shrouded in a layer of thick fog, giving it a bit of the aura of an immortal. In the main hall of the demon island, Li Changxing sat on the main seat. His 3 disciples, Zhou Hong, Tong Xian, and Wang Hua, sat on his left and right sides respectively. Below them were several demon kings. Xing Hu, who had benefited from Li Changxing's influence, had also become a junior commander. Now that the Verdant sect had completely incorporated the Demon League, Li Changxing sat on the high throne and looked down at the many disciples and demon kings. He felt accomplished. According to the level of cultivation, the 6 demon kings were appointed as guardian kings. The eldest disciple, Zhou Hong, was appointed as the junior headmaster, the second disciple, Tong Xian, the third disciple, Wang Hua, was appointed as the successor disciple, Lu Chong, hall leader Arjuna, and junior commander Xing Hu. According to the observation of the demons of the Demon League these days, 120 great demons were appointed as demon generals, 1,800 small demons were appointed as demon soldiers, and the rest of the mixed demons were peripheral minions. These were all the members of the Verdant sect. Li Changxing's gaze fell upon the crowd. Everyone was extremely respectful. Next, Li Changxing passed down a suitable cultivation method according to the strength of each disciple and the attribute of their body. As for the 6 demon kings, the cultivation of the demon race was very different from that of the human race. Moreover, they were already mysterious finger realm experts. Li Changxing had nothing to give them. He just left a few places on the demon island with rich lingqi for them to cultivate, which could be regarded as a favor to them. As for the other small demons, they were divided into areas according to their respective status and were allowed to build their own cave residence. The Verdant sect was running in an orderly manner. After finishing these things, Li Changxing handed over the affairs of the sect to Zhou Hong to manage. He entered a spiritual vein inside the demon island and began to cultivate. The battle with the golden armor ancestor also gave Li Changxing a lot of inspiration. The inside of the island was very deep, and only the rich lingqi filled the air. As long as Li Changxing breathed gently, the lingqi would enter his body. Li Changxing placed the ardent dragon spear and the wishful heart sword on both sides. He sat cross-legged on the ground and began to cultivate. The dense lingqi poured into his body from the 108,000 pores on his body. His body emitted the sound of a rushing river. In his dantian, the azure lotus seedling and the golden flood dragon each minded their own business. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. On this day, Li Changxing woke up from his cultivation state. He put away the ardent dragon spear and the wishful heart sword and appeared in the main hall. Seeing that the Verdant sect was well managed by Zhou Hong, he nodded with relief. He called Zhou Hong with his divine sense and told him a few words. Then, He directly left the Demon Island. After half a year of cultivation, Li Chongqing felt that his cultivation had reached the peak. It was like a bottle that was full of water. Even if he continued to cultivate, he could not go any further. What he needed to do now was to expand the bottle and break the original shackles. However, every time he wanted to take that step, he felt suppressed by a powerful force. He finally understood why there were no Earth immortals on Earth after the Qin dynasty. He did not know what happened to this world that made it unable to accommodate the existence of the power above the Earth immortal realm. Therefore, the heavenly Tao would suppress those who reached this realm. If one wanted to break through, they had to leave this world. Otherwise, under the suppression of the heavenly Tao, it was impossible to break through to the Earth immortal realm. Legend had it that countless powerhouses could eventually ascend to the immortal realm. The so-called ascension should be leaving this world. As far as Li Chongqing knew, there was only one way to leave this world, and that was to break the space barrier like when he fought with the gold-armored ancestor. However, when the barrier had just been opened, several powerful thoughts had descended. Those existences were above the Earth immortal realm. If he forced his way out, he was afraid that he would immediately be besieged by countless powerhouses. This was obviously not advisable. Since the ancestors of the past could leave, there must be other ways. Li Chongqing thought. His figure drew an afterimage in the air, heading in the direction of the Wutang sect. 500 years ago, Zhang Sanfeng, the slovenly Taoist of the Wutang sect, broke through the void and left some records. Wutang Mountain was now a very famous scenic spot. Hundreds of thousands of tourists came to visit every day. Li Chongqing was mixed in the crowd and was not conspicuous. When he finished his tour in front, he quietly came to a cliff. Clouds lingered on the cliff, but Li Chongqing knew that this was the real entrance of Wutang Mountain. The opening in front of him was only a very small part of Wutang Mountain. "Hello? Friend, don't stand on the edge of the cliff. It's dangerous." A woman's voice rang out. Li Chongqing turned around and saw a woman in a white dress. Her long hair was blown by the gentle wind. She was looking at Li Chongqing anxiously. "It's okay. I'm just going down to have a look." Li Chongqing grinned, then jumped down the cliff in front of the woman's stunned eyes. Chapter 731. Inside the valley was the Real Mountain Gate of Wudong sect. The Wudong sect had set up countless formations here. After the last time they were broken by the gold-armored ancestor, after half a year of repair, they had basically returned to their original state. Li Chongqing jumped down, and immediately, a dense barrage of attacks landed on his body. Li Chongqing didn't care about it at all. His figure kept changing in the air, and those attacks missed one by one. Before the next wave of attacks was launched, he had already broken through the formation. Although the Wudong sect's formation was wonderful in Li Chongqing's eyes, it was very low level. As soon as he entered the valley and passed through the formation, he heard a burst of laughter. Li Chongqing had just taken 2 steps when he alarmed the people inside. A group of people rushed over with a whoosh. "Who dares to break into my Wudong sect's formation?" It was a group of young people in their 20s, all dressed in white. There were men and women. The men were handsome, and the women were beautiful. If they were in the secular world, they would be better than those movie stars. "I'm here to see the leader of Wudong sect, Song Jun," Li Chongqing said very politely. Last time, the Azure sect was forced to flee in all directions by the gold-armored ancestor. Many sects prohibited the Azure sect from entering, and Wudong sect was one of the few sects that was willing to help. It could be said that the Azure sect and Li Chongqing were indebted to them. What a big tone. Do you think anyone can see our leader just because they want to? These days, many people have come to see our leader. Our leader doesn't have time to see you. A tall young man said coldly. As he said that, the other party waved his hand impatiently and said, "Leave quickly." Li Chongqing just smiled at the other party's attitude. The other party was just an ordinary disciple of the Wudong sect. It was understandable that he didn't know him. Seeing that Li Chongqing didn't intend to leave after hearing his words, the young man suddenly frowned. He said unhappily, "Kid, why haven't you left yet? Haven't my words been clear enough? Who do you think you are? Do you think you can see our leader just because you want to?" When the other party said this, Li Chongqing's gaze turned cold. Previously, he had allowed Li Chongqing to leave because he didn't know the situation. But now, he was looking down on him. And at this time, a sweet-looking woman suddenly opened her mouth and said, "Senior Apprentice Brother Ziyuan, since the other party says he wants to see the sect master, why don't we go in and inform him? If he really is an honored guest of the sect master, wouldn't we end up making a fool of ourselves?" When he heard the woman, the young man thought for a moment before sizing up Li Chongqing from top to bottom, and then he sneered. "Junior sister Buying, does he look like a distinguished guest to you? I don't know which sect he is from, but when he heard that our Wu-Tang sect has become popular in the cultivation world, he also came here to curry favor with us. Last month, I thought that the guy who called himself the East Lake Patriarch was some big shot, but it turned out that he had just stepped onto the path of cultivation, and his strength was not even comparable to that of an ordinary disciple." Hearing Song Ziyuan say this, Buying immediately hesitated. At this moment, Song Ziyuan looked down at Li Chongqing with a condescending expression and said in a cold voice, "Brat, are you deaf? Didn't you hear me tell you to get lost? If you don't get lost, don't blame me for being rude to you." Haha. The sect master of the Wu-Tang sect, Song Zhen, is considered a gentleman. I didn't expect that the disciples of the sect would be so unsightly. What did you say? Hearing Li Chongqing's words, Song Ziyuan said angrily, "I hate disciples of small sects like you the most. You don't have much strength, but you still think you're some big shot. If you don't get lost, do you believe that I won't break your legs?" Song Ziyuan waved his hand, and a sword that shone with a cold light appeared out of thin air. He pointed the sword at Li Chongqing with a smug look on his face. "I'll count to 3. If you don't get lost, I'll use this sword to cripple you. Brat, leave quickly. Senior Apprentice Brother Ziyuan is one of the best among the 4th-generation disciples of our Wu-Tang sect. If you annoy him, he will really make a move on you." Yeah. Senior Apprentice Brother Ziyuan's swordsmanship is very powerful. Why do you have to ask for trouble? The woman named Buying also advised, "You'd better leave. Without the permission of the sect, you broke into the formation. Even if Senior Apprentice Brother Ziyuan kills you, your elders won't dare to come to Wu-Tang Mountain to seek justice for you. Even if you die, it will be in vain." Hearing the voices around him, Li Chongqing was unmoved. He just looked at Song Ziyuan quietly. "Go in and report to Song Zhen immediately. Then kneel down and kowtow to apologize. I won't argue with a junior like you." "What did you say?" Song Ziyuan's eyes widened. The people around him also had a look of disbelief. Song Ziyuan was also a true disciple of the 4th generation. Moreover, his surname was Song, and he was a relative of the sect master, Song Zhen. Someone actually asked him to kneel down and kowtow. Wasn't this courting death? The woman named Bai Ying could not help but shake her head. She originally wanted to help Li Chongqing say a few words, but she did not expect that Li Chongqing would dare to speak so arrogantly. He simply did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. At this time, Song Ziyuan's eyes revealed a bit of coldness. "Boy, since you dare to boast so shamelessly, then I'll let you taste the power of the sword in my hand." As he said that, he stabbed towards Li Chongqing's position. This sword was quite extraordinary. It was aimed at Li Chongqing's heart. What a vicious guy. I have no enmity with him, but he wants to kill me. Li Chongqing was really angry this time. He always had a good impression of the Wu-Tang sect. The other party was a disciple of the Wu-Tang sect, so he repeatedly tolerated it. However, the other party did not know what was good for him. Seeing that the sword had already arrived in front of Li Chongqing, but Li Chongqing still did not move. Song Ziyuan's eyes could not help but show a bit of pride, thinking to himself, I guessed right. He is a weak boy. Everyone around him looked at him with pity. However, at this moment, when the sword was about to pierce Li Chongqing's body, Li Chongqing suddenly stretched out his hand and accurately clamped Song Ziyuan's sword with 2 fingers. In the next second, Song Ziyuan's attack came to an abrupt end. He found that he could not move forward even if he used all his strength. How can this be? His face revealed a look of horror. To be able to clamp his sword with just 2 fingers, this strength could be said to be terrifying. The young men and women around all looked at this scene in disbelief. They knew Song Ziyuan's strength. To be able to clamp Song Ziyuan's sword with 1 hand, perhaps only the elders in the sect could do it. At this time, the aura on Song Ziyuan's body flickered and suddenly poured into the sword, wanting to pierce Li Chongqing's body. Li Chongqing's eyes became even colder. The sword was only 2 fingers away from his heart. The other party's strength at this time meant that he was definitely not pretending. He really wanted to kill him. In an instant, his fingers trembled slightly. With a crack, the sword made of refined steel broke layer by layer and broke into several pieces. Li Chongqing took a step forward at the same time, and like a ghost, his palm imprinted on Song Ziyuan's chest. Bang! In an instant, Song Ziyuan flew out and landed more than 10 meters away. Blood was constantly spitting out from his mouth. The scene suddenly fell into silence. Chapter 732. How dare you hit a disciple of our Wudong sect? You're courting death. A group of young disciples pulled out their swords and surrounded Li Chongqing. The girl named Bai Ying couldn't help but sigh. Although she felt that Song Ziyuan's words were a bit too much at the beginning, Li Chongqing dared to hurt people, which was a bit of a disregard for the Wudong sect. Hurry up and report to the elders in the sect. A group of disciples surrounded Li Chongqing, but they didn't dare to act rashly. They weren't stupid. The scene of Li Chongqing defeating Song Ziyuan just now was enough to shock them. Kid, you're finished. When my master comes, I'll let you die without a burial place. Song Ziyuan shouted with a vicious face. Soon, there was a sound of something breaking through the air, and several figures quickly appeared. Who is it? How dare you come to the Wudong sect to pick a fight? An old man quickly approached. His hair and beard were white, and he had a sage-like demeanor with anger. Elder Lu is here. Elder Lu, this is the thief who injured senior brother Ziyuan. Seeing the elders of the sect appear, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They were afraid that Li Chongqing would turn around and run away before the elders arrived. If that happened, they wouldn't be able to stop him. Elder Lu, we meet again, Li Chongqing said with a smile. Li Chongqing and this elder had met when he was fighting the gold-armored ancestor last time. You're Mr. Li? Elder Lu's eyes widened. Mr. Li, why are you here? As soon as Elder Lu's words fell, all the disciples of the Wudong sect were dumbfounded. What's going on? He knows the elders of our sect. What's going on? Elder Lu's eyes swept across the crowd, and his face suddenly became gloomy. He knew that with Li Chongqing's identity, if he wasn't furious, how could he be angry with these juniors? This, the group of disciples stuttered. If they were to talk about it carefully, they were indeed in the wrong. How dare you offend Mr. Li? I'll show you. Elder Lu snorted coldly and hurriedly pushed aside the 2 disciples surrounding Li Chongqing and went forward to welcome him. Mr. Li, your presence brings light to my humble dwelling of the Wu-Tang clan. The sect master is in the main hall. If he knows that Mr. Li is coming, he will definitely come out to welcome you personally. There's no need. We're all family, so there's no need to be so polite. Li Chongqing walked in under Elder Lu's greeting. As for the group of young disciples, they were all dumbfounded. Elder Lu's words made them feel like their brains were buzzing. Song Ziyuan, who was lying on the ground, also had a bitter expression on his face. The elders of his sect actually didn't stand up for him. Could it be that he had been beaten for nothing? In the Wu-Tang clan's guest hall, Song Zhen, who had received the news, hurriedly came out to greet them. "Mr. Li, you're finally here." Today, Li Chongqing was the strongest in the world of cultivators. Because the Wu-Tang clan had a good relationship with Li Chongqing, their status in the world of cultivators was constantly rising. "You're too kind, Sect Master Song." Li Chongqing walked into the hall with a smile and sat down in the living room. While everyone was quietly sizing up Li Chongqing was also sizing up everyone in the hall. He found that the sect master Song Zhen's cultivation had broken through to the finger-profound realm. When he fought with the gold-armored ancestor last time, he found that Song Zhen was already at the peak of the Vajra realm. This time, it didn't take long for him to have another breakthrough. Moreover, it wasn't just Song Zhen. Even the siblings Ding Qingyang and Ding Qingshu of Mount Shu, as well as Yi Yan and Shuangying of Mount Shu, had their cultivation improved by leaps and bounds in the past year. It seemed that some kind of subtle change had taken place in this world. However, Li Chongqing still didn't know the reason for this change. At this time, Song Zhen shook his head. "Mr. Li, how can you sit here? You should sit on the main seat with me." As he said that, he ordered one of his disciples to bring a chair over and place it side by side with Song Zhen's chair. "Well, I'm a guest. I'll just sit below." Li Chongqing still refused. However, Song Zhen insisted on holding Li Chongqing's hand and insisted that he sit on the main seat. The higher-ups of the Wu-Tang sect didn't think much of it. With Li Chongqing's current status, which sect didn't respect him like a god? Sitting on the main seat was nothing. Moreover, Li Chongqing was so modest and kept refusing, which made them feel very pleasing to the eye. The number one expert in the cultivation world is so friendly to our Wu-Tang sect. It's really a blessing for our Wu-Tang sect. Because of Song Zhen's insistence, Li Chongqing couldn't refuse, so he had to sit on the main seat. At this moment, Bai Ying, who was quietly watching from the entrance of the hall, saw Li Chongqing sitting side by side with the sect master Song Zhen. His eyes almost popped out, and his face was full of disbelief. He thought to himself, "Who is this young man? How dare he sit on the same level as the sect master?" "Mr. Li, what can I do for you to visit our Wu-Tang sect?" Song Zhen asked in a clear voice. He knew that with Li Chongqing's identity, how could he come to Wu-Tang Mountain for no reason? He couldn't be here just to visit. "I do have something to trouble you with, sect master Song." When Li Chongqing asked about the sloppy Taoist Zhang Sanfeng who broke through the void and left, Song Zhen's face showed a troubled look. He waved his hand, and many elders in the hall tactfully retreated. In the end, only he and Li Chongqing were left in the room. "Mr. Li, the matter about the ancestral master Zhang Sanfeng is the biggest secret of our Wu-Tang sect. Only the sect masters of each generation are qualified to know about it. Even the elders don't know about it. It seems that it's a taboo of the Wu-Tang sect. I was a bit reckless." Li Chongqing hurriedly apologized. Every sect had their own taboo things that couldn't be known to outsiders. Li Chongqing should respect their rules. If this matter makes things difficult for sect master Song, then I won't ask. No. Song Zhen waved his hand. The reason why it's a taboo is not that it's unspeakable, but that it's very dangerous. I'm afraid that if the disciples know about it, they won't be able to control their curiosity and will lose their lives. After Song Zhen finished speaking, he looked at Li Chongqing. "Mr. Li, I can tell you this secret, but you must promise not to disclose it to anyone. Otherwise, it's very likely to bring disaster to our Wu-Tang sect." Song Jin said solemnly, and Li Changxing didn't dare to neglect it. He immediately pointed to the sky and swore, "If I, Li Changxing, reveal any information about what sect Master Song Jin said today, I will be struck by lightning and die a horrible death." Ordinary people might be able to forget it after making an oath, but cultivators were different. Cultivators merged their bodies with the heavenly Tao and their hearts were the heavenly Tao. They would naturally sense the oath they made. If they violated it, they might not be able to see anything at first, but when their martial arts were profound, they would inevitably be attacked by inner demons. Therefore, they generally wouldn't swear easily. Seeing Li Changxing swear, Song Zhen felt relieved and said, "Actually, my Wu-Tang sect was inherited from the true martial immortal sect, one of the top 10 ancient sections. The founder of the sect was not Taoist Master San Feng, but the legendary Great Emperor Zhen Wu. However, a catastrophe happened on Earth later. The immortals and Buddhas fell, and the true martial immortal sect was almost destroyed in that battle. In the end, they hid their orthodoxy. 500 years ago, Taoist Master San Feng broke into a relic and obtained part of the inheritance of the true martial immortal sect, establishing the Wu-Tang sect. After Taoist Master San Feng left through the void, several elders of the sect went in to explore and eventually died inside. Therefore, the relic of the true martial immortal sect has been listed as a forbidden area." Li Changxing hurriedly explained, "What I want to know is, how did Taoist Master San Feng leave through the void? As for the relic of the true martial immortal sect, I have absolutely nothing to do with it. I mean it. Indeed, the true martial immortal sect was inherited from ancient times, so it was naturally very powerful. However, Li Changxing himself had survived from that era to the present, so he would not go so far as to spy on the opportunities in the relic. What he wanted to know was how Zhang San Feng left through the void." According to the historical records of the sect, when Taoist Master San Feng was a half-step Earth celestial, he was also looking for a way to leave. In the end, he entered the true martial relic again. After coming out, he arranged things and flew away. Not long after, there was news of him leaving through the void. Therefore, I guess that the way to leave this world may be in the true martial relic, Song Jin said. It seems that I have to enter the relic to explore it. Li Changxing stood up and cupped his hands to Song Jin. "Sect leader Song, I beg you to let me enter the relic. I will repay the kindness of the Wu-Tang sect in the future." Song Jin nodded. "Mr. Li, since I told you about the relic, I naturally intend to let you enter. However, the relic is not in my Wu-Tang sect, and the relic opens every 3 years. There are still 3 months before the next opening." "I see. Then, where is the relic? When is the specific opening time?" Song Zhen took out a map in his hand and pointed. "It is here, 500 miles away from my Wu-Tang sect." "Well, thank you for your guidance, sect leader Song. Then I will wait for another 3 months. It just so happens that during these 3 months, I will help the Wu-Tang sect repair the mountain guarding array." Since Li Changxing had received a favor from the other party, he naturally had to repay the favor he had received. When he broke in this time, he found that although the Wu-Tang sect's array was very complicated, it was not very powerful. Therefore, he had the idea of helping them arrange the array. "Thank you, Mr. Li." Song Zhen hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "It is the Wu-Tang sect's fortune that Mr. Li can stay in our sect for 3 months. It just so happens that I have a lot of questions about cultivation to ask." For a powerhouse like Li Changxing, his understanding of martial arts was a supreme treasure for others. Song Zhen told Li Changxing about the relic. Naturally, it was not a selfless contribution. His ultimate goal was to let Li Changxing help him teach and solve his doubts. There was no kindness in the world for no reason. Li Changxing saw this point and took the initiative to ask to stay in the Wu-Tang sect for 3 months. Chapter 733. Li Changxing officially stayed in the Wu-Tang sect. These days, he sat with Song Zhen every day to discuss the Tao. After living for tens of thousands of years, Li Changxing had cultivated countless cultivation methods, and his understanding of the Tao was too deep. So much so that even though Song Zhen was the sect master of a sect, at first he was completely confused by the contents of Li Changxing's lecture. Later on, Li Changxing saw that his lecture was too profound, so he began to go from simple to complex, from shallow to deep. Only then was Song Zhen barely able to keep up with Li Changxing's thoughts. A month passed in a flash. Song Zhen's cultivation became more and more profound, and he became more respectful to Li Changxing. However, there were a lot of rumors circulating in the Wu-Tang sect. Since Li Changxing met Song Zhen, he stayed in the main hall with Song Zhen and did not go out. There was news that Li Changxing injured the sect's disciples and must have been arrested by Song Zhen. At first, some people refuted it, especially Bai Ying. She saw Li Changxing and Song Zhen sitting on the same level. But there was no news of Li Changxing for a month. The rumors were real, and people began to believe them. Song Ziyuan, who offended Li Changxing at the beginning, was enjoying himself again these days. He spread word that this was the consequence of offending him. On this day, the annual Tao discussion of the Wu-Tang sect began. The young disciples in the sect had to compete to determine their status in the sect. Li Changxing sat in the hall. The elders and higher-ups of the Wu-Tang sect were respectful to him, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. Song Zhen also had some things to say to the higher-ups of the sect, so he found an excuse to stroll outside. This mountain occupied a large spirit vein, and the spirit energy was abundant. Li Changxing strolled in the mountain. A hazy fog filled the air. As long as he took a deep breath, abundant spirit energy would enter his body. Even ordinary people who did not know how to cultivate could live in such a place and not be affected by diseases. After walking for a while, they arrived at a martial arts practice square of the Wudong Mountain and saw that there were many people gathered there. There were 200 to 300 men and women, and the youngest was only 7 or 8 years old. Although they were children with young faces, their every move had the demeanor of an immortal. It was obvious that they had already embarked on the path of cultivation. The oldest of them was only in their 30s, and they were all 3rd and 4th generation disciples of the Wudong clan. As Li Changxing strolled around, he saw a lifelike statue in the middle of the square with a tortoise and snake entwined around it. He knew that it was the original form of great Emperor Zhenwu. Although Taoist Master Sanfeng founded the Wudong sect, in the hearts of the Wudong sect's sect masters, they were all successors of the true martial immortal sect. Unfortunately, according to Song Zhen, even Zhang Sanfeng, the true martial immortal sect's inheritance was incomplete. Otherwise, the Wudong sect would definitely be more powerful. It was very likely that the true martial immortal sect's most complete inheritance was hidden in the true martial immortal ruins. Unfortunately, even Zhang Sanfeng couldn't enter the depths of the ruins after several explorations. After Zhang Sanfeng left, some of the other experts of the Wudong sect couldn't even break into the periphery of the ruins. Song Zhen told Li Changxing about the ruins, and it wasn't necessarily without the intention of letting Li Changxing bring out the inheritance inside. After all, if they couldn't obtain the complete inheritance of the true martial immortal sect, the Wudong sect wouldn't be the descendants of the true martial immortal sect. The reason why they hadn't dared to name themselves the true martial immortal sect was because they felt that it wasn't proper. While Li Changxing was strolling around, several figures suddenly surrounded him and blocked his path. It was Song Ziyuan, who was injured by Li Changxing. "Boy, I didn't expect you to be free and still dare to stroll around." In Song Ziyuan's heart, he had already determined that Li Changxing was imprisoned by the Dean Song Zhen, so at this moment, after seeing Li Changxing in the square, Song Ziyuan immediately felt that the opportunity for revenge had come. Although Li Changxing disliked this Song Ziyuan, He later found out that he was Song Zhen's nephew. Although Song Zhen had schemed against Li Chongxing, at the end of the day, he was still indebted to him. Therefore, Li Chongxing didn't want to bicker with him and turned to walk around him. However, Li Chongxing's evasion increased Song Ziyuan's arrogance. He took a step forward and reached out to grab Li Chongxing. "Boy, if you hurt me one day, see if I don't teach you a good lesson today." This Song Ziyuan was originally afraid of Li Chongxing's strength, but he felt that after Li Chongxing had been imprisoned for a month, he must have been honest, so he dared to attack unscrupulously. In this regard, Li Chongxing's face changed. He gave Song Zhen face, but it didn't mean that he would let a junior provoke him again and again. When the other party's palm reached out, he suddenly reached out and grabbed the other party's wrist, and then twisted it with all his strength. With a "kacha" sound, the other party's wrist was directly broken. Song Ziyuan let out a scream. In the next second, Li Chongxing kicked his lower abdomen, and his whole body flew out 8 or 9 meters like a cloud and landed on the square. Soon, the movement here attracted many people's attention. Who is this person? He even dared to hit Song Ziyuan. Don't he know that Song Ziyuan is the dean's nephew? Looking at his clothes, he doesn't look like a disciple of our Wu-Tang clan. Is he a disciple of another sect who came to visit? The Wu-Tang clan's annual Truth Discussion Conference would invite some of the surrounding sects and friendly sects to come and watch the competition. The younger generation of other sects could also spar with the disciples of the Wu-Tang clan. The final winner would be given something valuable as a reward by the Wu-Tang clan, and this time was no exception. Now, there were more than a dozen disciples in the square wearing the clothes of other sections. Our Wu-Tang clan is a big sect in the world of cultivation. Disciples of other sects are guests. How can a guest hit the host? Yeah. This is too much. He doesn't put our Wu-Tang clan in his eyes at all. It seems that Song Ziyuan provoked him first. Someone whispered. Even if Song Ziyuan provoked him, he shouldn't have hit him so hard, right? Look, Song Ziyuan is vomiting blood. People tended to side with their friends and not with reason. Song Ziyuan was a disciple of the Wu-Tang clan after all, and they certainly wouldn't side with Li Chongxing, an outsider. Li, you dare to hurt me. You're finished. Song Ziyuan glared at Li Chongxing with resentment and left with the help of his companions. At this time, Bai Ying heard the noise and rushed over. When he saw that it was Li Chongxing, his face changed and he hurriedly came over and said, "Mr. Li, I'm really sorry. My senior brother didn't know your identity. I hope you won't bother with him." Bai Ying had seen Li Chongxing and sect leader Song Zhen on an equal footing that day, so he immediately came over to apologize to Song Ziyuan. Seeing Bai Ying's attitude towards Li Chongxing, many disciples around showed surprise and thought, could it be that he's a young genius from some sect? Otherwise, with Bai Ying's identity as a successor disciple, why would he have to be so humble? I naturally won't bother with a junior, but if he provokes me again, he can't blame me. After Li Chongxing finished speaking, he walked step by step to the center of the martial arts practice square. The black tortoise statue gave Li Chongxing a very strange feeling. Chapter 734. Li Chongxing walked towards the black tortoise statue in the middle of the square, and many people's eyes followed his footstep. He had just beaten up the nephew of the Wudong sect's leader, Song Ziyuan, and this young man still dared to leisurely stroll around the square. Everyone felt that their brains were not enough. This is too arrogant. Does he think that after beating people, he will be fine? Not only the disciples of the Wudong sect, but even those who were sent from other sects could not help but shake their heads. Running to other sects and beating their disciples, this was a provocation and a show of strength. Even if the higher-ups of the Wudong sect did not say anything, they would still be unhappy in their hearts. In the eyes of many people, Li Chongxing was too reckless. He might have a little strength, but such a person would only bring shame to the sect. Li Chongqing walked under the statue. From a distance, the statue did not look tall, but when he got closer, he realized that it was as tall as a two-story building, and he needed to look up. What is this kid doing? He looks like he hasn't seen the world. In the midst of everyone's doubts, Li Chongqing stepped on the ground, and then his body rose directly into the sky and stood on the black tortoise statue. This move immediately caused an uproar, and the disciples of the Wudong sect were even angrier. This statue was their sect's totem, and Li Chongqing was actually standing on it. This was simply too much. Come down! Get down! The disciples below were all furious. Li Chongqing did not care. He just bent down and placed his palm on the bead that was wrapped around the turtle snake. At that moment, the entire square actually felt a vibration. What's going on? What did he do? This statue was personally carved by Taoist Sanfeng. How can an outsider be allowed to mess around? In the midst of the surprise and anger, Li Chongqing closed his eyes. In his mind, ancient words were flowing. These words were filled with vicissitudes and a majestic aura. Although Li Chongqing did not recognize these words, when these words appeared in his mind, he instantly understood the meaning they were trying to express. True martial god-slaying chapter. This should be something that Zhang Sanfeng brought out from the ruins of the true martial immortal sect, and was definitely not something that was carved later on. Li Chongqing opened his eyes. The cultivation technique recorded inside was very mysterious. It was a divine ability that specifically targeted the divine soul. Li Chongqing had learned some soul attack methods before, but most of them were of little value. However, this one was absolutely sharp. An invisible attack was the most fatal. It could directly injure the enemy's soul. Sometimes it could even become a killing blow. It was not impossible to achieve it even when fighting across realms. Li Chongqing didn't expect that he would have such a harvest after casually strolling around the square. His mood couldn't be more excited. This thing was placed on the square by Taoist Master Sanfeng. It had been more than 500 years since then, but many generations of disciples of the Wudong sect had discussed the Tao on it, but none of them had discovered the secret in this stone. It was as if it had been specially prepared for Li Chongqing. Only those who are fated to obtain the techniques in this world. This technique is fated to be mine. Just as Li Chongqing was feeling emotional, he realized that the entire square had fallen silent. He lowered his head and saw countless eyes staring at him. At the same time, a white figure walked over in an aggressive manner. "Big brother, he's the one who injured me." Song Ziyuan had a bandage on one hand. He pointed at Li Chongqing on the statue with resentment. "You injured my brother and dared to run to the black tortoise statue. Do you really think that there's no one in my Wudong sect?" It was a man with sharp edges and corners. His eyes flickered with a sharp light. When he saw Li Chongqing standing on the black tortoise statue, his killing intent immediately became awe-inspiring. Whoosh! A sword light cut through the sky and slashed towards Li Chongqing. It was extremely sharp. This person's cultivation had already reached the peak of the Vajra realm, and was close to the finger profound realm. His cultivation was even more profound than Li Chongqing's disciple, Zhou Hong. "Senior brother Zilin, don't be impulsive." At this moment, Baiying stood out and stopped the young man. "Senior brother Zilin, he is the sect master's distinguished guest. You must not hurt him." The sect master's distinguished guest? The man withdrew the artifact sword. His eyes were filled with bewilderment. He was Song Ziyuan's cousin and the son of the sect master, Song Zhen. He had been in seclusion for the past few days. Even when the Golden Armor Patriarch attacked the mountain gate, he did not come out. It was also because today was the annual Tao discussion conference that he had calculated the date to come out of seclusion. Who knew that as soon as he came out of seclusion, he would see his younger brother, Song Ziyuan, had his wrist broken. After hearing Song Ziyuan's exaggerated story, he was instantly furious and came to find trouble with Li Chongsheng. Now that he heard that the other party was actually his father's distinguished guest, he hesitated. What distinguished guest? Big brother Lin, don't listen to Bai Ying's nonsense. How can a young kid like him be on equal footing with the sect master? When Song Zilin heard this, he felt that his younger brother's words made sense. He looked coldly at Li Chongsheng and said, "Get down here. How can you tarnish the black tortoise statue?" All right. Li Chongsheng also felt that his current actions were a little inappropriate. He jumped from the statue to the ground. "Kid, I don't care which sect you are from. Whether you are a distinguished guest of my Wudong sect or not, but you injured my Wudong sect's disciple. As the senior brother of the Wudong sect, I can't sit idly by." Song Zilin said coldly. "Then what do you want me to do?" Li Chongsheng sized up this man. His appearance was indeed somewhat similar to Song Zhen, but the difference between him and his father, Song Zhen, was that Song Zhen's temperament was as gentle as jade. Song Zilin's body was filled with a sharp aura, like an unsheathed sword, showing off its sharpness. Of course, it was not that this was bad. Young people naturally had to have courage. Li Chongsheng could even see that Song Zilin's aptitude was better than his father, Song Zhen. His future achievements might be greater. "You broke my cousin Song Ziyuan's wrist and ran to the black tortoise statue to do something unreasonable. I won't bully you. Cut off one of your arms and get out of the Wudong sect." Song Zilin said it casually. Li Chongsheng's face changed. The surrounding people also looked at him with pity. Even if there were many ways to reattach a broken arm, there would still be flaws. The road of cultivation paid attention to the word perfection. Once there was a flaw, it meant that the foundation of the great Tao was damaged, which would affect future achievements. "Senior brother," Bai Ying wanted to say something, but she was interrupted by Song Zilin. "Junior sister Bai Ying, you don't have to say anything. Even if he is really a distinguished guest of the Wudong sect, he will still be punished for hurting people in the Wudong sect. Even if father comes here in person, I will not change my decision." Bai Ying suddenly sighed. She knew Song Zilin's temper. She knew that unless the head of the sect, Song Zhen, appeared here, no one could stop Song Zilin. She looked at Li Chongsheng with a little anger and thought, even if you are the head of the sect, you shouldn't be so arrogant. Let's see who can save you now. Chapter 735. Do you really want to fight me? Li Chongsheng looked at Song Zilin calmly. Although the other party was Song Zhen's son, if he provoked him, Li Chongsheng did not mind teaching him a lesson. Moreover, this young man was too arrogant. He actually wanted to cut off one of his arms. In the entire cultivation world, who would dare to say such arrogant words? "Do you think I'm joking with you?" Song Zilin stared at Li Chongsheng with disdain. Li Chongsheng was about the same age as him, so he did not put Li Chongsheng in his eyes. This was his confidence. He did not lose to anyone of his generation. This was a kind of belief that he was invincible. Martial arts were like thousands of soldiers and horses crossing a single plank bridge. This kind of belief was indispensable. A brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. "I told you to cut off one of your arms, but you didn't listen. Then, when I make my move, you will most likely lose your life." Bai Ying, who was next to him, was a little anxious when she heard this. "Eldest senior brother, you can't. Just teach him a lesson. If you take his life, it will be difficult to explain to the sect master." "Junior sister Bai Ying, you don't understand. This person injured my Wu-Tang sect's disciple. If I don't kill him, others will think that my Wu-Tang sect is easy to bully in the future." But Bai Ying wanted to say something, but she did not know how to refute. "Brat, I'll give you one last chance. If you don't cut off your own arm, you will die under my sword today. There is no third choice. Bai Ying's face was anxious. She knew that Song Zilin was not joking, but if he really killed Li Chongqing, he was afraid that it would cause trouble. Li Chongqing felt the killing intent from Song Zilin and narrowed his eyes. Li Chongqing didn't think that things would develop to this point. If the other party wasn't Song Zhen's son, Li Chongqing really wanted to use the Zhen Wu god-slaying chapter he had just comprehended to see if he could turn this proud son of heaven into a vegetable. Of course, he was just thinking about it. Song Zhen was Li Chongqing's friend. If Li Chongqing really did that, not only would he have to fight the entire Wu-Tang clan to the death, he would also not be able to pass the moral barrier. However, since the other party was determined to make a move, Li Chongqing wasn't a pushover. He didn't lose his temper. Thinking about it, whether it was the heart's wishful sword or the ardent dragon spear, their destructive power was too great. If they crippled this brat, it would be difficult to explain to Song Zhen. Looking down at his feet, he suddenly stabbed his fingers into the ground like steel hooks and dug out a brick. Since the power of the Dharma treasure was too great, using the brick to hit people would not only make him look domineering, but it would also not really hurt his foundation. You plan to fight me with bricks? Song Zilin's eyes flickered with ferocity and coldness. In his eyes, Li Chongqing's actions were simply a provocation and an insult. At the same time, he clenched the long sword in his hand. He couldn't help but stab a hole in the youth in front of him. Eldest senior brother, don't be rude to Mr. Li. At this moment a figure flew over quickly. He was a true disciple of the Wudong clan. When Li Chongqing came to the main hall that day, he was the one who helped Li Chongqing move the chair. Junior brother Baiyu, are you going to stop me as well? What are you two siblings thinking? Why are you siding with outsiders? Baiyu was the elder brother of the woman, Bai Ying. The siblings were both true disciples of the Wudong clan and had been passed down as legends. Although the Bai family was not part of the sect master's faction, they had a very high status in the Wudong clan. Eldest senior brother, it's not that I'm siding with outsiders, but Mr. Li's status is noble. He is the sect master's distinguished guest. You must not be rude to Mr. Li. So what if he's a distinguished guest? Even if the Heavenly King came to the Wudong clan, he would still have to abide by the rules of the Wudong clan. Song Zilin's killing intent was like a tide, and a terrifying aura spread as his clothes fluttered. I've already given him a choice. He can either cut off his own arm or die under my sword. I, Song Zilin, am a man of my word. I will never go back on my words. Eldest senior brother, Mr. Li is an existence that is on equal footing with the sect master. Moreover, he is the strongest in the cultivation world. When Baiyu said this, everyone in the hall looked at each other in disbelief. What kind of identity could bear the title of the strongest? Even Song Zilin's face was stunned. He then laughed and said, Baiyu, you've really put in a lot of effort to protect this person. What strongest? Who has ever seen such a young strongest? What's more, so what if he is the strongest? I, Song Zilin, would like to see if he can block the sword in my hand. Baiyu was so anxious that his forehead was sweating. Why was Song Zilin so stubborn? Li Chongqing's identity was extraordinary. He happened to hear his master and uncle master's discussion. The great devil who broke the Wudong clan's mountain gate with a palm some time ago had died at the hands of Li Chongqing. Just as he was about to say something, Song Zilin had already cast a fierce look at him. Junior brother Baiyu, let me ask you, how should I deal with a disciple of the Wudong clan being injured? Baiyu immediately became stunned when she heard that. Although she knew that her answer might cause Song Zilin to make the wrong decision, she still replied honestly, as a senior brother, I should do my best to protect my junior brother and take revenge for him, even if the opponent is a supreme expert. After saying that, he hurriedly added, but, no buts. Since you understand the responsibility of a senior brother, then step aside. Li Chongqing could not help but shake his head when he heard that. He took the initiative to take a step forward and said indifferently, "Make your move. I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your father." "Teach me a lesson on behalf of my father? You're not worthy." Song Zilin immediately took out his sword. It turned into a dazzling sword light that cut through the air and slashed at Li Chongqing. The sword chi was awe-inspiring. Song Zilin was the strongest among the younger generation of the Wudong clan. He had always been conceited. At that moment, he took out his sword and wanted to cut Li Chongqing in half to fulfill his bold word. As for Li Chongqing's identity that Bai Yu had mentioned before, he did not care at all about it. He was invincible as long as he was around. There would only be dead souls under his sword and no one would be a match for him. Boom! Li Chongqing faced the dazzling sword light and simply raised his hand and flicked his finger. Clang! A crisp sound reverberated in the air. Song Zilin only felt a huge force coming from his sword. His body was shaken and he was pushed back. The long sword in his hand almost flew out of his hand. At that moment, many people on the scene had a look of horror in their eyes. Song Zilin's strength was well known in the circle. Now, his sharp sword was blocked by Li Chongqing's bare hands. No wonder he dared to challenge Song Zilin. It turns out that he's a young expert. He's really strong. I wonder which sect he's from. Many people were discussing. After Song Zilin recovered from his shock, he once again swung his sword to meet Yi Futian. Although Li Chongqing's strength was strong, Song Zilin was not afraid. Song Zilin was an extremely conceited person. He believed in the way of the sword that was the best. He would become stronger when facing a strong opponent. Any enemy in front of him would be chopped into pieces. This time, his attack was even fiercer than before. It was obvious that the previous attack was just a test. This was the killing move. Chapter 736. Bai Ying and her sister saw that Song Zilin was truly enraged and knew that they could not stop him. They could only sigh. "Brother, do you think senior brother Zilin will really kill this Li guy? What if the sect master blames him? The sect master has always been impartial. Even if eldest senior brother is his biological son, I'm afraid he won't be able to escape punishment. If eldest senior brother can really kill Li Chongqing, that would be great. The problem is that eldest senior brother is definitely no match for Li Chongqing." When Bai Yu said this, not only was his sister next to him shocked, but many of the surrounding disciples also looked unconvinced. "Senior brother Bai Yu, do you look down on eldest senior brother so much? What kind of talent does eldest senior brother have? In the entire younger generation of the cultivation world, how many people can be on par with him? You're actually siding with an outsider." "That's right. Although this Li guy has some strength, how can he be a match for eldest senior brother?" Even his sister Bai Ying frowned. "Brother, it's not like you to boost others' morale and diminish your own. What's wrong with you?" Bai Yu could only smile bitterly and shake his head in the face of the accusations and doubts of his fellow brothers and sisters. "You'll find out soon enough." At that moment, Song Zilin brandished the sword in his hand and had already rushed in front of Li Chongqing. Boom! This time, Li Chongqing did not hold back. He raised the brick in his hand and slammed it directly. The ordinary brick in his hand was covered in a layer of golden brilliance. Bang! The brick smashed onto Song Zilin's sword light. Not only did it block his sword, but it also sent Song Zilin flying with a powerful force. Blood could be seen flowing from the corner of Song Zilin's mouth. Everyone around was shocked. They knew Song Zilin's strength very well, but even after using a killer move, he was still sent flying by Li Chongqing's brick. He's already injured after just exchanging blows. No wonder this Li guy dares to be so arrogant. His strength is simply unbelievable. Boom! Li Changxing's body turned into an afterimage in the air as he charged towards Song Zilin. The golden brick slammed down without hesitation. The powerful force caused a boom in the air. The strong wind brought about by the brick was as sharp as a knife. Bang! This hit directly on Song Zilin's face. Immediately, Song Zilin's nose was flattened and his mouth was full of blood. He was like a badminton that had been hit by a racket. He fell dozens of meters away headfirst. "You're just a junior. I originally didn't want to bother with you, but you think too highly of yourself. Do you really think you're invincible?" Li Changxing continued to walk towards where Song Zilin had landed. "Li, I'm going to kill you." In fact, Song Zilin's injuries were not serious at the moment. Li Changxing still had a sense of propriety. However, when the brick hit his face, the meaning of humiliation was even greater. It made Song Zilin so angry that he almost suffered internal injuries. "Die!" Song Zilin stepped on the ground and shot towards Li Changxing like an arrow. When he was close to Li Changxing, he raised his palm and slapped towards Li Changxing's chest. Li Changxing stood there motionless and let his palm hit his body. Originally, he thought that Song Zilin's angry attack could send Li Changxing flying. However, he didn't expect that only a cracking sound could be heard. His entire arm was shaken by Li Changxing's strength and began to deform. Hula! The sword in his hand chopped towards Li Changxing's head. However, Li Changxing raised the brick and smashed the sword into pieces. It turned into a pile of iron foam and fell to the ground. At the same time, he raised his foot and kicked Song Zilin's chest. Crack! The sound of bones breaking was heard. Song Zilin was sent flying again. When he landed, one could see that his chest had caved in. Again, Li Changxing rushed in front of Song Zilin. He raised the brick in his hand and slapped it on Song Zilin's face. Bang, 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 bang! Song Zilin slapped him more than a dozen times. Song Zilin's face was covered in blood. His cheeks were badly mutilated. It was too humiliating. Li Changxing's attacks were very measured. Even if Song Zilin's head was smashed like that, it did not really hurt his foundation. However, this also resulted in another effect, which was that Song Zilin's mind was incomparably clear from the beginning to the end. He was sober as he watched the brick fall again and again, but he couldn't even faint. This was too King uncomfortable. "Mr. Li, don't you think you've gone too far?" At this time, Baiyu could not stand it anymore. He and Song Zilin had a very good relationship. How could he just watch Song Zilin be abused by Li Changxing? "Yeah, you came to the Wu-Tang clan to commit murder. Do you think that there's no one left in the clan?" Another disciple stood up. "Stop it right now. Otherwise, I won't be polite to you." One after another, the disciples of the Wu-Tang clan approached Li Changxing. They had murderous intent on their bodies. Li Changxing's actions had obviously angered the crowd. "What? You want to gang up on me? Then bring it on. I only need one hand to deal with scum like you." Li Changxing actually put his other hand behind his back and held the golden brick in his right hand. He looked very much like a street gangster. However, the glittering golden brick gave people a great sense of deterrence, causing them to involuntarily feel a chill in their hearts. Although their eldest senior brother Song Zilin's abuse had aroused their anger, the brick was like a basin of cold water poured over their heads, gradually cooling their anger. There was no doubt that in the eyes of the disciples, Li Changxing was an extremely dangerous person. Just a brick dug out from the ground was comparable to a strong magic treasure. "So what if he's strong? Are we going to let him play in our home?" A disciple shouted loudly. "Baiyu, you know my identity, but you still want to make a move?" Li Changxing looked at Baiyu with a playful gaze. It was fine if it was someone else, but Baiyu knew his identity. Making a move was suicide. "You beat my senior brother to such a state. I had no choice but to make a move." Baiyu took a deep breath and suppressed the fear in his heart. Unlike the others, who thought that they could deal with Li Chongqing by relying on their numbers, only he knew that it was useless. Senior brother Bai Yu, you look like a man this time. A disciple who questioned Bai Yu at that time said loudly. A bitter smile appeared on Bai Yu's face. Kill this Li Gai and avenge eldest senior brother. Kill. 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 In the square, killing intent soared. A few disciples from other sects took the initiative to retreat to the side to watch the battle. This time, without waiting for them to make a move, Li Chongqing waved the brick and rushed into the crowd. Bang! First, he faced Bai Yu, who was second only to Song Zilin. Bai Yu didn't even have time to react before she was sent flying by Li Chongqing's brick. Then, the brick in Li Chongqing's hand suddenly turned into the size of a house and smashed down from the sky. 7 or 8 Wudong Mountain disciples were smashed and sent flying. The brick fell to the ground, smashing a big hole in the square. Smoke and dust flew and the ground shook. Bang 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 bang! Li Chongqing held the brick in one hand and shuttled through the crowd as if he was in a no-man's land. Wherever he passed, figures were sent flying. In the blink of an eye, 1/3 of the disciples had lost their fighting strength. Set up the formation. When the remaining people saw that they could not deal with Li Chongqing, they immediately formed a formation. Looking down from the sky, the formation was in the shape of a turtle and a snake. It was called the Black Tortoise Formation. It was also the formation that Taoist Master San Feng had brought out of the Zhenwu ruins. However, it was incomplete. After Taoist Master San Feng's improvement, its power could not be underestimated. Chapter 737. I didn't expect him to force the Wu-Tang sect disciples to use the Black Tortoise Formation. This young man should be proud of himself. The disciples of the other sects who were watching the battle were a little emotional. Li Chongqing was too fierce. The combat power of the Wu-Tang sect disciples who formed the formation increased by dozens of times. The sword light was full of killing intent. I don't believe that you won't die this time. Song Ziyuan did not join the battle because his arm was broken. At this moment, except for the injury on his hand, he was intact. He stared at Li Chongqing with a face full of resentment. Damn you! You won't cry until you see the coffin. Li Chongqing felt that this kind of battle was not challenging at all, and he was too lazy to deal with them. He raised the brick in his hand, and this time, it directly expanded to the size of half of the square. He smashed it down, and the strong wind blew the buildings in the square into the air. The disciples of the other sects, who were watching the battle, hurriedly moved away. In the face of such power, it was impossible to imagine that it came from the hands of a young man. Boom! The brick was about to fall. The Wu-Tang sect disciples who had formed the Black Tortoise Formation were all shocked at this moment. Even with such a formation, they began to panic in the face of the deterrence at this moment. Bang 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 bang! Under the powerful pressure, the Black Tortoise Formation that was formed began to collapse. The green bricks in the square shattered one by one and finally turned into powder. What should we do? At this moment, everyone's heart was filled with despair. At this moment, a sword light flew from the distance and turned into a sword light, blocking the falling brick. A figure in white stood in the air and bowed to Li Chongqing. Mr. Li, they are all juniors. I apologize to you on their behalf. It was the Wu-Tang sect leader, Song Zhen. Li Chongqing did not really want to do anything to these disciples. Seeing Song Zhen make a move, he returned the brick and threw it on the ground. Sect leader Song, I accidentally hurt your son just now. Please don't hold a grudge in your heart. Li Chongqing said with a smile. Only then did Song Zhen look at his son. When he saw Song Zilin's bloody face, his cheeks suddenly twitched. His heart twitched as he thought, this Li Chongqing is really ruthless. However, when his divine sense swept over Song Zilin's body, he found that his great Tao foundation was not damaged at all. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. At the same time, a bitter smile appeared on his face. He thought to himself, "This Li Chongqing is the #1 person in the world, but he is so petty. Although he showed mercy, he beat his son to this state. His son will probably never be able to wash away this stain in his life." However, this kind of thing was not a big deal. Song Zhen naturally would not really bicker with Li Chongqing. "This time, our disciples will be taking the test. Mr. Li can be the examiner and watch with us." Song Zhen invited Li Chongqing to sit on the high platform. Immediately, some disciples came forward to clean up the chaotic battlefield. Although many of the young disciples of the Wu-Tang clan were still hostile to Li Chongqing, they were already convinced in their hearts. If it were not for the head teacher Song Zhen, none of the disciples present would have a good ending. However, Song Zhen was also a little depressed. This Tao discussion was originally to let his son, Song Zilin, be in the limelight and then inherit the position of young head teacher. Now that Song Zilin was beaten to this state, he was too ashamed to face anyone. At the same time, he glared viciously at his nephew, Song Ziyuan. He already knew the ins and outs of the matter. It was all this guy's fault. Song Ziyuan was a little aggrieved. "Head teacher, this person came to our Wu-Tang clan and made a scene. You have to stand up for your nephew. Stand up for your sister." Song Zhen cursed his nephew in his heart. However, the head teacher had to act like a head teacher. He still put on a dignified look and said in a deep voice, "Song Ziyuan, you are arrogant and rude to an honored guest. You are punished to face the wall for half a year." Song Ziyuan still wanted to say something, but an elder had already gone up and grabbed him by the collar. He took him to the back like a chicken and threw him into a secret room to be locked up. "Elder Lu, why are you locking me up? Does that Li guy think he can do whatever he wants in our Wu-Tang clan?" "Shut up," Elder Lu said fiercely. "Song Ziyuan, you're lucky that you're the head teacher's nephew. Otherwise, I would have skinned you and pulled out your tendons. It's because of you that Song Zilin was beaten so miserably. If it weren't for the head teacher's appearance, I don't know how much trouble you would have caused." "I'm not convinced," Song Ziyuan shouted loudly. "What do you have to be convinced about? That Li Chongqing is the #1 expert in the cultivation world. It's our honor that he was willing to come to our Wu-Tang clan. The head teacher's recent great progress in cultivation was thanks to him. You dared to offend him. If it weren't for our Wu-Tang clan lending a helping hand when the Qing sect was in trouble, he could have crushed you with a single finger for provoking Mr. Li." After saying that, Elder Lu shook his head and left. Song Ziyuan was completely dumbfounded. His brain couldn't digest it. The #1 expert in the cultivation world? Teach Song Zhen? Who on earth did I offend? On the square, the disciples of the various sects were practicing martial arts. Li Chongqing was inquiring about the black tortoise statue with Song Zhen. The black tortoise statue was indeed brought out from the ruins by ancestral master San Feng. Ancestral master San Feng said that this statue was extraordinary and contained an opportunity. Unfortunately, even he couldn't obtain it. For hundreds of years, countless people have tried to comprehend the statue, but they have gained nothing. To tell you the truth, Mr. Li, even I once sat under the statue for 49 days when I was young. Unfortunately, I didn't comprehend anything. Speaking of this, Song Zhen's eyes suddenly lit up. Could it be that Mr. Li has obtained something? No. Li Chongqing hurriedly denied it. Since the previous generations of the Wu-Tang clan had been unable to obtain the inheritance inside, it meant that the inheritance was not fated with the Wu-Tang clan. Li Chongqing would not be stupid enough to pass on the cultivation method that he had comprehended. Really? Song Zhen was an old fox. There was a hint of suspicion in his eyes. There's absolutely no lie. Li Changxing said solemnly. If he had felt a little guilty just now, at this moment, his acting was completely on point. Although Song Zhen still had some doubts in his heart, Li Changxing flatly denied it. He had no choice but to continue watching the martial arts practice in the field. Without Song Zilin, the final winner of the martial arts practice was actually the little girl, Bai Ying. There are still more than 2 months before the opening of the ruins. Starting tomorrow, I will help the Wu-Tang clan repair the array formation. After that, I plan to travel the world and come back. After all, I have already taught you almost everything that I can teach you. I'm afraid that you won't be able to digest any more. Hearing Li Changxing's words, Song Zhen nodded. He knew that Li Changxing was telling the truth. Li Changxing had imparted many insights to him, which had benefited him a lot. However, there were also many profound things that he still couldn't understand. Although he wanted to take advantage of this period of time to learn more from Li Changxing, he also knew that he couldn't chew too much. If Li Changxing imparted some more profound things to him, not only would it not help him improve, but it would also interfere with his Tao heart and cause him to have a mental block. Where does Mr. Li plan to travel? Why don't you bring my disciple, Bai Ying? Bai Ying is talented and intelligent. Although she is a woman, she has a very high cultivation talent. Moreover, the Bai family also has a lot of businesses in the secular world. They can provide you with a lot of convenience. Originally, Song Zhen wanted his son, Song Zilin, to follow Li Changxing. However, Song Zilin was too disappointing. He had offended Li Changxing and was beaten up like that. Song Zhen was too ashamed to say anything, so he thought of Bai Ying. Bai Ying was also his disciple, and was deeply doted on by him. If a strong person like Li Changxing could accompany Li Changxing to gain experience, a few words of advice from Li Changxing would be better than decades of hard work by Bai Ying. Li Changxing naturally knew Song Zhen's plan. The Wu-Tang sect had told him about the Zhenwu ruins. Although they didn't lose anything, it was such a big secret. Of course, Song Zhen wanted to fish for as much as possible to maximize the benefit. Okay, no problem. Among the disciples of the Wu-Tang sect, Li Changxing had a good impression of Bai Ying. Why don't you let her follow me tomorrow? I'll start repairing the array. It just so happens that I lack a handyman. After Li Changxing finished speaking, he directly got up and left. Song Zhen's face suddenly lit up with joy. Li Changxing meant that he was even willing to teach the Tao of array to Bai Ying. This was a pleasant surprise. Chapter 738. Hello, Mr. Li. Bai Ying stood timidly in front of Li Changxing, her eyes filled with fear. Li Changxing was too ferocious. The scene in the square had left a huge shadow in her heart. Standing in front of Li Changxing, even if Li Changxing did not speak, she felt a strong pressure. It was as if she was facing a prehistoric beast, and she was a little white rabbit in the mouth of the beast. She could be swallowed by the other party at any time. You don't have to be so afraid of me. Li Changxing was a little helpless against the woman in front of him. Following me will only be good for you. There will be no harm. With that, Li Changxing suddenly stood up. Bai Ying was so frightened that she took a few steps back, her face full of fear. Li Changxing could not help but shake his head. He said to Song Zhen, who was sitting next to him, "Reason with her. If she is always so afraid of me, how can she help me?" "Yes, Mr. Li." Song Zhen waited until Li Changxing walked out of the house and showed some helplessness. "Little Ying, do you know how many people dream of being able to follow Mr. Li Changxing? It was not easy for Master to fight for this opportunity for you. You must seize it. Mr. Li Changxing is proficient in all kinds of formations. In a while, you must remember his method of setting up formations. Also, you must treat every word that Mr. Li says as a treasure. Perhaps there are many things that you can't understand now. When your realm is higher in the future, you will know how great an opportunity is in front of you today. Master, is this Li Chongqing really that incredible? Seeing that his disciple still did not believe it, Song Zhen suddenly widened his eyes. You disciples are really troublesome. You don't know what's good for you. I asked you to follow Mr. Li, but you questioned Master's words. Master is telling you clearly now. If you can't learn anything from Mr. Li, I won't have you as my disciple. Seeing that Song Zhen was stern, Bai Ying nodded. Bai Ying hurriedly nodded. Master, I understand. Since you understand, why aren't you pouring tea for Mr. Li? Yes, yes. Bai Ying hurriedly left the house. Li Chongqing was standing on a rock, looking at the clouds below. Sir. Bai Ying had just approached when Li Chongqing waved his sleeve. Instantly, Bai Ying felt as if he was riding on the clouds. When he opened his eyes, he was already in front of the mountain gate. Li Chongqing began to set up the array formation. Although Bai Ying was timid, she was indeed smart. Sometimes, when there was something she did not understand, Li Chongqing only needed to casually say a few words, and she would understand. The younger generation of the Wu-Tang clan had geniuses like Song Zilin and Bai Ying. In the future, they would definitely hold up a place in the cultivation world. On the other hand, Ding Qingyang and Ding Qingshu of Mount Shu did not have any disciples they were proud of. In his own green sect, only Zhou Hong was good. Although Tong Xian and Wang Hua were talented, it was obviously impossible for them to surpass the Wu-Tang clan. Li Chongqing was a little distracted. He needed a last disciple to inherit his legacy. Zhou Hong, Wang Hua, and Tong Xian were obviously not enough. Mr. Li, what's wrong? After a few days of getting along, Bai Ying's fear of Li Chongqing had lessened a lot. She reached out and handed Li Chongqing a cup of tea. These days, she had completely regarded herself as Li Chongqing's maid. You don't have to serve me like this. I taught you the array formation because I owe the Wu-Tang clan a favor. Even if you are cold to me every day, I will teach you this knowledge. Teaching and dispelling doubts is like a teacher. Mr. Li, you taught me the array formation. Although you are not my master, you are still my teacher. Well, you are sensible. Li Chongqing took the tea and drank it. After drinking it, he put it aside. Only the last step of the array formation is left. After setting up the array, you go and prepare. Tomorrow, we will begin to go down the mountain. Okay. When Bai Ying heard that they were leaving the Wu-Tang clan, she was a little excited. Staying here for a long time was boring. As a Wu-Tang clan disciple, Song Zhen was very strict with the management of the disciples. It was impossible for them to come and go as they pleased. Li Chongqing also saw that Bai Ying was very obedient in front of the sect elders and himself. In fact, there was still a bit of wildness in her bones. The next day, Li Chongqing said goodbye to the sect master, Song Zhen, and left the mountain gate with Bai Ying. Bai Ying was dressed in white in the Wu-Tang clan. After coming out, she naturally changed into modern clothes. Simple jeans and a white shirt. She looked very pure. Walking together with Li Chongqing, she attracted the attention of many tourists who came to Wu-Tang Mountain along the way. Sir, where are we going after we go down the mountain? Bai Ying left the mountain gate. She was like a bird released to nature. She was much more lively. It is said that there are many martial arts families within 1,000 miles. I plan to challenge them one by one and beat them all down. Hearing Li Chongqing's words, Bai Ying could not help but widen her eyes. Her face was full of doubts. Why? Did they offend you? No, they didn't, but they got in my way. Through the conversation with Song Zhen in the past few days, Li Chongqing learned that these martial arts families at the foot of Wu-Tang Mountain had not always settled here. They had only moved here in the past 2 years. It was not normal for more than a dozen martial arts families to move here in 2 years. Thinking of the opening date of the true martial immortal sect, Li Chongqing could easily infer a conclusion. These martial arts families were all here for the true martial immortal sect's ruins. In other words, the news of the true martial immortal sect's ruins had been leaked. This was also one of the important reasons why Song Zhen was willing to tell Li Chongqing such a big secret. Since the secret had been leaked to a certain extent, why not take it out in exchange for Li Chongqing's friendship? My Bai family is also at the foot of Wutang Mountain. We are a martial arts family. My father once said that there are many masters among the martial arts families who moved here. Even Song Zhen is not willing to provoke them. Bai Ying said with some worry. Song Zhen is not willing to provoke them, but I am. Anyway, there are still 2 months left. I'm very free. I have to find something to do. But Bai Ying did not know what to say. Even if he was free, did he have to find trouble with them? Besides, with so many martial arts families, if they joined forces, it would not be easy to deal with them. I heard that you haven't been home for a year. I'm very considerate of my subordinate. How about it? Do you want me to accompany you home first, and then you can follow me to challenge those martial arts families one by one? Hearing Li Chongqing's words, Bai Ying's eyes suddenly lit up. Okay. After all, she was still a young girl. When she had nothing to do on Wutang Mountain, she would think of her parents at home. Although her family was not far from Wutang Mountain, she had not seen her parents for a whole year because of the sect's rules. Where is your home? Lead the way. Li Chongqing saw Bai Ying in a daze, and could not help knocking her head. Mr. Li, my home is 200 kilometers away from Wutang Mountain. So far? It's hard for us to walk there. Why don't we take a taxi? Take a taxi? Li Chongqing's face froze for a moment. He suddenly slapped his forehead and thought to himself, I've been on Wudong Mountain for so many days that I've almost become stupid. Indeed, now that society is so convenient, who would stupidly use 2 legs to walk? Chapter 739. After going down Wudong Mountain, they took a taxi to the town where Bai Ying's family was located. Taxis in tourist areas were not cheap, and the driver would not calculate according to the meter. After all, there were plenty of tourists in such places, and no one was willing to drive hundreds of miles to send 2 people. In particular, the town where the Bai family was located was relatively remote. Martial arts families like them generally would not set up their residence in a bustling place. It was inconvenient for people to come and go. Sometimes they would just cast a spell casually, and it would scare people. Moreover, the authorities would also send people from the special ability group to patrol. Cultivators and ordinary people had to be separated. Otherwise, the world would be in chaos. Just like the last time when Li Chongqing was in the capital, someone came to find him not long after he fought with the 5 monster kings. It was more than 200 kilometers away, and it took the car nearly 3 hours to arrive. Dad, Mom, I'm back. After Bai Ying entered the courtyard of his family's mansion, he immediately shouted excitedly, Inger, why are you back? A man in his 50s came out, followed by a group of disciples. Bai Jinghong, Bai Ying's father, was also a successor disciple of the Wutang sect when he was young. He was still an elder of the sect. Inger, why did you come back alone? Where's your brother? Bai Ying's mother, Yang Yun, looked around and did not see her son. She could not help but wonder. My brother is still in the sect, and he's a little injured. Speaking of this, Bai Ying subconsciously looked at Li Chongqing. What? Your brother is injured? Yang Yun suddenly became anxious. Mom, it's okay. It's just a minor injury. It's not a big deal. That's right. Don't make a fuss. Bai Ying's father, Bai Jinghong, glared at his wife. Can't you see that there's a guest? Only then did Yang Yun notice Li Chongqing. She looked at Li Chongqing and then at her daughter, thinking, this man came back with our daughter. Is he her boyfriend? Bai Ying's cheeks suddenly turned red, as if he had seen through his parents' thoughts. This is Mr. Li Chongqing. I went down the mountain this time under my master's order to accompany Mr. Li to gain experience. So you're a friend of sect Master Song Jin. Bai Jing Hong's face immediately showed some politeness. Although the old man had the status of an elder of the Wu-Tang clan, his cultivation was not strong. Otherwise, he would not have left the Wu-Tang clan to stay at home. Behind him were several of his disciples, all of whom were curiously sizing up Li Chongqing with envy in their eyes. In their eyes, their master was already very powerful, but when it came to the elders and headmasters of the Wu-Tang clan, their faces were filled with respect. And Li Chongqing was able to become friends with the Wudong sect leader at such a young age. In their eyes, he was also an immortal. Please come in. Bai Jing Hong politely invited Li Chongqing into the living room and immediately ordered the chef to prepare a banquet to entertain Li Chongqing. Mr. Li, you don't look too old. Are you married? Bai Jing Hong probed at the banquet. Not really. Li Chongqing shook his head. Then what do you think of my daughter? Bai Jing Hong's eyes were filled with anticipation. Beside him, Bai Ying's cheeks were already burning. She was too ashamed to face anyone. Dad, why are you talking about this instead of eating properly? Bai Ying is lively and adorable. She's straightforward and beautiful. It's a blessing for the Bai clan to have such a daughter. Hearing Li Chongqing praising Bai Ying, Bai Jing Hong's face bloomed with joy. Just as he was about to continue asking, his daughter tugged at his sleeve. Only then did he chuckle. However, the more he looked at Li Chongqing, the more satisfied he was. By the way, Ying, have you heard about your sister Luo Ying recently? What's the news about sister Luo Ying? Bai Ying was a little curious. Your sister Luo Ying just broke through to the Vajra realm some time ago. Now, she has become the saintess of the heavenly jade sacred ground. Really? Bai Ying's face was filled with excitement. Sister Luo Ying's talent is amazing. Only eldest senior brother Song Zilin can be compared to her. At the mention of Song Zilin, Bai Ying could not help but feel a little disappointed. In her heart, eldest senior brother Song Zilin was omnipotent. However, this time, he had lost to Li Chongqing. It seemed that all the geniuses were insignificant in front of Li Chongqing. Bai Jing Hong's face was also a little strange. In fact, he had always hoped that his daughter and Song Zilin would be a couple. However, Bai Ying only saw Song Zilin as her brother. Several attempts to matchmake them had failed. Otherwise, she would not have thought of Li Chongqing. Master, I heard that little junior sister is back. At this moment, a figure barged in with an excited look on his face. Especially when he saw Bai Ying, the admiration in his eyes could not be concealed. He was Bai Jing Hong's eldest disciple, Hua Dongye. His martial arts talent was not bad. He was now in the Xiantian realm. Although he could not be compared to Bai Ying, he could be a candidate in some small cultivation sections. Dongye is back. Sit down and eat. By the way, this is Mr. Li. He came back with Bai Ying. Quickly greet Mr. Li. Hello, Mr. Li. Hua Dongye cupped his hands and greeted Li Chongqing. However, Li Chongqing could clearly feel a trace of hostility in his eyes. It was the first time they met, and he did not offend him. Why was he so hostile towards him? When Li Chongqing saw Bai Ying sitting there, he immediately understood that it was because of jealousy. Mr. Li is a friend of sect leader Song. He is a cultivation expert. Dongye, you should learn from him. Bai Jing Hong was also very satisfied with his disciple. However, he had always been opposed to the fact that Hua Dongye had a crush on his daughter. Bai Ying was talented and intelligent. She was destined to be one of the top figures in the Wu-Tang clan. However, no matter how much Hua Dongye cultivated, the gap between him and Bai Ying would only widen. There was a huge gap between the two of them. It was impossible for them to be together. Master, Mr. Li is younger than me. I'm afraid it's not appropriate for me to learn from him. He should be the one learning from me. Hua Dongye did not want to be outdone by Li Chongqing in front of his beloved, so he did not hesitate to interrupt his master. It was very rude. Sure enough, Bai Jinghong's face was gloomy. In front of Li Chongqing, it was not appropriate for him to teach his disciple a lesson. He just snorted coldly as a reminder. However, Huadongye did not seem to hear his reminder. He then continued, "Since Mr. Li has such a strong background, I would like to exchange a few moves with Mr. Li. I wonder if Mr. Li is willing to teach me a thing or two." Huadongye's words fell. Bai Jinghong finally could not help but say coldly, "Dongye, you're too presumptuous. Mr. Li is a distinguished guest." "Master, I just want to exchange a few moves with Mr. Li. It can also be considered as helping you drink. I'm your disciple. Do you think that I'll embarrass you if I'm not as strong as others?" Bai Jinghong did not know how to answer Huadongye's words, although when his daughter introduced Li Chongqing, he said that he was Songjin's friend and that his magic power was profound, but no matter how profound it was, how profound could it be at such a young age? Could he be as good as Song Zilin? After all, Song Zilin was a genius of the younger generation. There were only a few people like him in the entire cultivation world. It was not a bad idea to let his disciple test Li Chongqing's strength. If he could not even beat his disciple, then he did not deserve to be his son-in-law. Thinking of this, Bai Jinghong instantly made up his mind. He looked at Li Chongqing and said, "Mr. Li, my disciple is obsessed with martial arts. Why don't you give him a few pointers?" The reason he used the word pointers was just to be polite to Li Chongqing. Unexpectedly, Li Chongqing nodded and said, "All right, then I'll give him a few pointers with one hand." The atmosphere in the room froze when he said this. No one expected Li Chongqing to be so arrogant. Huadongye's eyes were filled with anger. In his opinion, Li Chongqing was insulting him. Bai Jinghong frowned slightly. Li Chongqing had been very humble ever since he entered the room, which made him have a good impression of him. However, what he said just now made his good impression of Li Chongqing disappear. He felt that this was an arrogant person. His disciple was a master of the Khanate stage. Giving pointers with one hand was not only a slap to Huadongye's face, but also a slap to his master's face. "Mr. Li, you're being too arrogant. My disciple's strength is genuine. If he accidentally won a few moves from you, wouldn't that be taking advantage of him?" Chapter 740. "Let's do it," Li Chongqing said indifferently. It was obvious that he did not take Huadongye seriously at all. Huadongye's eyes were suddenly filled with anger. Mr. Li watched carefully. With that, he took a step forward and punched Li Chongqing. After all, he was a Xiantian realm master and this punch was very powerful. Bai Jinghong could not help stroking his beard and showing a satisfied look. Huadongye was worthy of being his disciple. Although there was a gap in talent between him and his daughter and son, he was definitely outstanding. On the field, the other disciples of Bai Jinghong all had cold smiles on their faces as they stared at Li Chongqing. To them, Li Chongqing was merely an outsider, yet he actually dared to spout such arrogant words. In their hearts, they couldn't wait for Li Chongqing to be taught a lesson. Only Bai Ying kept shaking his head. Without seeing Li Chongqing's strength, he would not understand the horror of Li Chongqing. Huadongye was lightly hit by Li Chongqing and flew out, smashing the glass door of the lobby into pieces and flying into the yard. Everyone in the field suddenly widened their eyes. Bai Jinghong was so shocked that he stood up. He knew the level of his disciple best, but he was so weak in front of Li Chongqing. He's too strong. Even he felt that he had no chance of winning against Li Chongqing. No wonder his daughter said that Mr. Li was a master. The field suddenly became quiet. A few minutes later, Bai Jinghong and others reacted. "Mr. Li's strength is outstanding. He's really a hero of the age." At the same time, Huodongye, who was sent flying, turned around and left the house. The meal ended in a strange atmosphere. Li Changxing planned to stay with Bai Ying at home for 2 or 3 days before leaving. Due to Li Changxing's display of strength during the meal, Bai Jinghong's attitude towards Li Changxing became even more fervent. He only felt that Li Changxing was a perfect match for his daughter. He hinted openly and secretly several times, causing Bai Ying to be extremely embarrassed. "Sister Bai Ying, I heard that you brought back a fiancé?" A pleasant voice rang out, and a woman in white appeared in the Bai family's manor. Sister Luo Ying. Bai Ying was also pleasantly surprised. "Quick, let me see what your fiancé looks like." Luo Ying had just returned when she heard Bai Jinghong's story. She and Bai Ying were like sisters, so she was very curious about what kind of man Bai Ying had found. "What fiancé? Sister Luo Ying, don't listen to my father's nonsense." Bai Ying's face turned red all the way to his ears. At this time, Li Changxing happened to pass by. Bai Ying hurriedly greeted him. "Hello, Mr. Li." Li Changxing nodded slightly at Bai Ying. At the same time, he glanced at Luo Ying, who was standing beside him. He was slightly taller than Bai Ying, and he had a noble and unsullied temperament, like an immortal. After Li Changxing left, Luo Ying could not help but ask, "Sister Bai Ying, could this be your fiancé that Uncle Bai mentioned?" "What fiancé? He is Master's friend, and I am following Master's orders to accompany him down the mountain to gain experience," Bai Ying hurriedly explained. Recently, everyone was talking about her relationship with Li Changxing. Even she sometimes had an illusion that she and Li Changxing were really a couple. "That's good." Luo Ying let out a long breath. "This Li Changxing's temperament is too ordinary. He is not worthy of you." Hearing Luo Ying's words, Bai Ying hurriedly explained, "Mr. Li is just a low-key person. He is very powerful. By the way, Sister Luo, I heard that you have been promoted to the Holy Maiden of Tianxian sect. Congratulations. May I know why you came out this time?" As far as Bai Ying knew, Tianxian sect was full of women. Usually, they were even stricter than the Wutang sect. If there was nothing important, they were not allowed to walk around the secular world. Luo Ying said, "I came out this time to carry out a mission from my sect. It is said that someone recently speculated that a secret realm will be open nearby. All the sects have sent their younger generation to gain experience there. I thought you were also sent by the Wudong sect." Secret realm? Bai Ying also showed some interest. When she was in the Wutang sect, she often heard her senior and junior brothers mention that the Wutang sect's Taoist San Feng entered a secret realm and obtained the inheritance. That was how he established the Wutang sect. Therefore, Bai Ying was looking forward to the secret realm. "Why, Sister Bai Ying? Do you want to explore the secret realm? Then come with me. It just so happens that we sisters haven't seen each other for a long time. We can catch up on old times," Luo Ying said. Bai Ying shook her head. "I can't. I am following my master's orders to accompany Mr. Li to travel. Mr. Li wants to challenge the various martial arts clans at the foot of the Wutang Mountain." "Challenge the various martial arts clans? How arrogant! Didn't you tell him that many of the martial arts clans at the foot of the Wutang Mountain are overseen by Vajra realm martial experts?" "Sister Bai Ying, you can't accompany him to fool around. The Wutang sect might be a major sect, and they might not dare to take revenge, but your Bai clan can't afford to offend those martial arts clans. If he wants to court death, he can't implicate you. Actually, Mr. Li is very powerful. Even my master admires him." When Bai Ying thought of her master's attitude towards Li Changxing, her eyes revealed some reverence. "From what I see, you are obviously captivated by that Li Changxing. Love is in the eye of the beholder." Bai Ying wanted to explain, but the more she tried to explain, the messier it got. In the end, she simply shut her mouth. "How about this? I will look for that Mr. Li and tell him that this ruin might be a great opportunity. Entering the ruin is better than going to the various martial arts clans and throwing his life away. Furthermore, the martial arts clan's experts might appear as well. When he sees so many experts, he might be so frightened that his legs will go soft. After Luo Ying finished speaking, she pulled Bai Ying to the courtyard where Li Chongqing was staying. What's the matter? Li Chongqing was lying on the bamboo chair and resting with his eyes closed. When he saw Luo Ying glaring at him with anger, he felt puzzled. This was the first time he met this woman, but why did it seem like he had offended her? I heard that you want to challenge the various martial arts clans. Is that true? Luo Ying questioned with a cold voice. Yes, what's the problem? It doesn't matter if you go to the various martial arts clans to throw your life away, but you can't take my sister Bai Ying with you. This will implicate her. Also, a ruin will open in the next few days. Don't challenge the martial arts clans for now. Come with me to explore the ruin first. The other party's tone was completely commanding. Li Chongqing couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Although the other party was a beauty, he wouldn't spoil her. Just as he was about to shake his head and refuse, he heard Bai Ying explain, Mr. Li, that ruin is around the Wu-Tang clan. It is very likely to be left behind from the pre-Qin period. Left behind from the pre-Qin period and around the Wu-Tang clan. Could it be that the ruin of the true martial immortal sect has opened in advance? This time, Li Chongqing swallowed the words of refusal that were about to come out of his mouth. He changed his mind and said, Well, then I'll go to the ruin first to take a look. Chapter 741. Hearing Li Chongqing's promise, Bai Ying suddenly became happy. Luo Ying's attitude towards Li Chongqing was still cold. Then we will set off tomorrow with several senior brothers from the Refining Heart sect. After Luo Ying finished speaking, she left the courtyard with Bai Ying. Li Chongqing was thinking whether the Zhen Wu relic had opened in advance or not, but if it had opened in advance, the Wudong sect should have heard about it. In the end, he simply stopped thinking about it. No matter what kind of relic it was, he would know when he saw it. The next day, several young people arrived at the Bai family's house. They were the senior brothers from the Refining Heart sect that Luo Ying had mentioned. The leader was a man in his 30s, named Tan Tuo. His martial arts strength was similar to Huadongya's in the Xiantian realm. However, Li Chongqing could see that his strength should be stronger than Huadongya's. When he learned that Luo Ying was going to explore the relic with Bai Ying, Tan Tuo was quite happy. Bai Ying was cute, and she was a disciple of the Wudong sect. She came from a famous sect, so they did not welcome Li Chongqing. This time, they were going to explore the relic together as a team. They could help each other inside, but Li Chongqing was an outsider. Regardless of his strength, no one knew if he was of the same mind as them. But because of Luo Ying's face, no one stood out to oppose. The journey to the relic was only a few hundred miles, and it would be very fast if they took a taxi. Who would have thought that these guys actually believed in the mortal world Refining Heart and insisted on walking, saying that it was a training of the mind? Li Chongqing could not help but curse in his heart, idiots. Along the way, Bai Ying remembered her master Song Zhen's instructions and took good care of Li Chongqing. She served him tea and water, and was always at his beck and call. The only thing missing was to warm Li Chongqing's bed. This made Luo Ying, who already disliked Li Chongqing, have a bad impression of Li Chongqing. Even Tan Tuo and other male disciples were very dissatisfied with Li Chongqing. Bai Ying is such a cute and beautiful little girl. How could he bear to let Bai Ying serve him? In fact, Li Chongqing was also somewhat helpless. He had told Bai Ying that it was fine to treat him as a friend, but Bai Ying said that it was difficult to disobey her master's orders. Li Chongqing could only let her be. When they were less than 20 miles away from the ruins, everyone stopped to rest. Li Chongqing sat there with a stalk of dried grass in his mouth, looking at the scenery by the mountain. At this moment it was close to dusk. The sun was setting in the west, and the horizon was fiery red. Luo Ying walked to Li Changxing's side and said coldly, "Li Changxing, although I don't know the relationship between you and the leader of Wudang sect, Song Zhen, I still want to ask you to correct your attitude. Bai Ying is not your servant, you are not qualified to let her serve you. I didn't ask her to serve me. She did it willingly. What can I do?" Li Changxing shrugged his shoulders. "Furthermore, how do you know that I am not qualified? I have been preaching and clearing her doubts along the way. Even if she serves me, it shouldn't be a big deal." Preaching and clearing her doubts. Luo Ying couldn't help but snort. "Li Changxing, why don't you take a look at yourself in the mirror? You and Bai Ying are about the same age. Bai Ying is a prodigy and is already at the peak stage of the innate realm at such a young age. She will soon break through to the Vajra realm. What are you going to guide her with? How can there be such a thick-skinned person in this world? You don't even blush when you boast. When Bai Ying said that you wanted to challenge the various martial arts clans, I thought you really had the gut. Now, it seems like you are just shooting your mouth and talking nonsense." Luo Ying was getting more and more disgusted with Li Changxing. She turned and left in a huff. Li Changxing couldn't help but shake his head. Who did he offend? However, he didn't care about what Luo Ying thought. He was just a casual acquaintance with these people. After resting for a while, everyone ate something and set off again. With their speed, they soon arrived at the 20-mile-long journey. There was a small hill in front of them, which was already surrounded by many people. Other places were sunny and windy, but this place was filled with yellow sand, forming small tornadoes in the sky. It was indeed a peculiar sight. The arrival of Li Changxing and his group quickly attracted the attention of many people. "It is Lady Luo Ying from the Merak cult. She is already at the Vajra realm at such a young age. She has a bright future ahead of her. The one beside her should be the Bai clan's young mistress, Bai Ying. I heard that she is also very talented and is a direct disciple of the Wudang sect. There are also people from the Refining Heart cult." There was a lot of discussion in the crowd. As Luo Ying and her group arrived, many people took the initiative to greet them. They were all from the younger generation of the nearby cultivation sects and had met them before. "Senior brothers, it seems like you are all here to explore the ruins. I wonder if the ruins are open?" Luo Ying might be young, but once she appeared, she immediately formed a circle with her as the leader. In fact, she was the strongest. In addition to the disciples of the major sects, there was a group of people on the other side who formed a camp. Those people were the experts of the various martial arts families at the foot of the Wudang mountain. "Li, didn't you say that you wanted to challenge the martial arts families one by one? Now at least 1/3 of them are here. Why don't you go and challenge them?" Luo Ying did not forget to taunt Li Changxing. In her opinion, Li Changxing was just boasting. He did not have the guts and strength to do so. Li Changxing looked at the group of people and found that there were a few auras that were not weaker than Luo Ying's. They would be experts in the cultivation world. It was no wonder that the Wudang sect master, Song Zhen, did not interfere when they were establishing forces around the Wudang mountain. Previously, Song Zhen's cultivation was only at the peak of the innate realm. He could not do anything to these people from the martial arts families. It was only in the past year that he improved by leaps and bounds and reached the profound finger realm. However, these martial arts families were also improving. "Why aren't you saying anything? Are you speechless?" Luo Ying did not know why, but she just did not like Li Changxing. The strongest among these people is only at the Vajra realm. They are not worthy of me making a move. When these words came out, Luo Ying's eyes widened. Vajra realm. Li Changxing actually used, but to describe it. Ha ha! She could not help but laugh out of anger. "Will you die if you don't brag? Do you think the Vajra realm is a cabbage on the roadside? A few people from the heart-refining sect also heard the conversation between the two and could not help but shake their head. Especially the leader, Tan Tuo, who had been dissatisfied with Li Chongqing for a long time. He had an idea and raised his voice. Mr. Li, it turns out that these elites from the martial arts families are not worthy of your attention. You actually disdained to make a move. As soon as he said this, the people from the martial arts families immediately cast their gazes over. Tan Tuo's face revealed a sneer. He looked at Li Chongqing with ridicule and thought, let's see what you are going to do. Luo Ying could only glare at Tan Tuo with dissatisfaction. Although she did not like Li Chongqing, she was now in the same camp as Li Chongqing. Tan Tuo's actions were indeed despicable. Just as she was about to say something to smooth things over, she saw Li Chongqing nodding. Their strength is indeed not that great. Only the 3 Vajra realm martial artists are barely passable. These words were extremely arrogant. It was obvious that there was a murderous aura rising from the opposite camp. Chapter 742. You are really courting death. Luo Ying glared at Li Chongqing before she cupped her hands to the martial arts clans and said, Fellow Taoists, this friend of mine has always been outspoken. Please don't be calculative with him. Saint Lady Luo Ying, we will give you face. A brawny man said coldly and looked at Li Chongqing. Kid, watch your mouth. If I hear such words again, I will kill you. The other party was murderous and was also a Vajra realm expert. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't want to fall out with Luo Ying, he would have already made his move. Tan Tuo felt a little regretful when he saw that the commotion had subsided. Luo Ying looked at Li Chongqing coldly. If you talk nonsense again in the future, I will not help you. I hope you know what to do. At this time, the sky was already dark, and the wind above the hill became more frequent. Everyone set up their tent. No one knew when this relic would open, and no one wanted to miss this opportunity. That brawny man with a beard is called Qin Fun. He was born with divine strength and once tore an enemy in half. Li Chongqing, you are really lucky. Tan Tuo walked to Li Chongqing and said coldly. That's because he didn't meet me. If he met me, he would be the one torn in half. Li Chongqing said casually, but Luo Ying, who happened to pass by, heard it. Her eyes were immediately filled with anger. Li Chongqing, will you die if you stop bragging? Perhaps Mr. Li isn't bragging. Bai Ying also walked over. Although the Vajra realm was already considered powerful in the cultivation world, Bai Ying had personally witnessed how Li Chongqing abused her senior brother, Song Zilin, who had reached the peak of the Vajra realm in the Wudong sect. Sister Bai Ying, you are really bewitched by him. Luo Ying shook her head helplessly. She looked at Li Chongqing with even more hostility. In her heart, Li Chongqing was already a liar who loved to boast and deceive little girls. One night passed. When he woke up the next day, the anomaly above the hill was getting more and more intense. However, the ruins had yet to truly open. Just like that, it was the 3rd day. At noon on this day, the earth suddenly shook violently, and then the entire hill began to collapse. After a full 3 hours, the original location of the small hill collapsed into a huge hole. The hole was so deep that the bottom could not be seen. Strong winds howled inside. Clearly, this was the entrance to the ruins. The ruins that everyone had been waiting for a few days had finally opened. I'll go down and take a look. In the camp of the martial arts families, a young man couldn't wait to tie a rope around his waist and then jump into the bottomless hole. Should we go down too? Tan Tuo looked at Luo Ying, seeking her opinion. If there were any treasures in the ruins, there was no doubt that those who entered first would obtain them first. Everyone was afraid that others would snatch them first. This, Luo Ying was hesitating. Only to hear a mournful scream coming from below, everyone's heart skipped a beat. The aristocratic families immediately pulled up the rope. A few minutes later, when the rope was completely pulled out, everyone was dumbfounded. There was no one on the rope, only a few bloodstains. It was obvious that the disciple who had just jumped down had suffered a mishap. What should we do? Everyone looked at each other. Those who couldn't wait to enter were now hesitating. It was obvious that the ruins weren't that safe. That disciple who jumped down earlier might not be the strongest, but he wasn't weak either. If he died just like that, no one knew what was waiting for them in the cave abode. The unknown was the scariest. "I'll go down and take a look." At this moment, a young man stood out. He was one of the 3 Vajra realm martial experts in the aristocratic family's camp. His name was Guoshur. Due to Guoshur's strength, he was naturally bold. He didn't even tie a rope around his waist and directly jumped down. Everyone's heart was in their mouths. With the previous example, no one knew what would happen to the Vajra realm Guoshur. Rumble! There was a sudden muffled sound from inside. Immediately after, a figure flew out quickly. It was Guoshur. Blood was flowing out from his arm. "Brother Guo, what is the situation inside?" A Vajra realm martial expert asked in a deep voice. His name was Zhan Hu, and he was slightly younger than Guoshur. "There is a very powerful array inside. Even a Vajra realm martial expert might perish if he isn't careful. If I didn't react quickly and escape in time, I would have been severely injured even if I didn't die." Hearing Guoshur's words, everyone frowned. If even a Vajra realm martial expert was in danger, no one dared to act rashly. "Since there is an array, it seems like we need to break the array. However, we don't even know what array is inside. How are we going to break the array?" Not only the aristocratic family's camp, but all the disciples from the various sects were also vexed. "Why don't we, a few Vajra realm martial artists, explore together and figure out the operation principle of the array before thinking of a way to break it?" Luo Ying suggested. Among the disciples of the sects, apart from Luo Ying, there was another Vajra realm martial artist. There were a total of 5 Vajra realm martial artists on both sides. "It is just a mere ruin. Why do we need to go through so much trouble? I will just break it open." While they were discussing, Li Changxing's divine sense had already entered the cave and figured out the situation inside. Therefore, he directly spoke and at the same time walked towards the cave entrance. Just a mere array? How dare you say that? Didn't you see that even a Vajra realm martial artist was injured?" Someone snorted and said. Luo Ying also looked at Li Changxing with dissatisfaction. She felt that Li Changxing was too outspoken and dared to say anything. The aristocratic family's camp had lost a disciple, and even the Vajra realm expert, Guoshur, was injured. Wasn't Li Changxing looking down on them by saying such words? Sure enough, Qin Fun and the others cast unfriendly gazes. "Kid, since your mouth is so sharp, why don't you jump in and show us?" Someone couldn't help but mock. Li Changxing didn't pay attention to him. He just slowly walked to the entrance of the cave and looked down. Then, under everyone's shocked gazes, he jumped and really jumped in. No one expected Li Changxing to do such a thing. They were all dumbfounded. He actually jumped in? Even Luo Ying was shocked. She hurriedly ran to the edge of the cave and looked down. Unfortunately, she couldn't see anything in the darkness. Only the sound of the wind could be heard. 1 second, 2 seconds. After more than 10 minutes, Li Changxing still hadn't come up. Tan Tua couldn't help but say, "This fool knew that it was dangerous down there. He was provoked by someone's words and jumped in. This time, he is dead." Luo Ying also sighed. Although she didn't like Li Changxing, she didn't want Li Changxing to die. On the other side, in the aristocratic family's camp, Qin Fen couldn't help but mock. "Today is an eye-opener for me. How did such a stupid person live to this age?" Only Bai Ying didn't think so. She interrupted. "Mr. Li's attainments in arrays are very high. Maybe he has already broken the array and entered the ruins." Just as her voice fell, it was refuted by everyone. How is that possible? He only knows how to brag. Sister Bai, don't be fooled by him. Yeah, even a powerful array master needs to slowly figure out the mystery of the array and then find a way to break it. How can it be broken by jumping in directly? He must have died inside. Hearing everyone's words, Bai Ying just stared at the dark cave in a daze. She knew that it was useless no matter how she argued, but she believed that Li Chongqing could definitely break the array. She had seen Li Chongqing's attainments in arrays. Chapter 743. Don't bother about that reckless guy. He deserves to die for barging in rashly. Qin Fan said coldly, "The 5 of us will enter the cave first to explore the trajectory of the array. The rest of the weaker ones will wait above." At this point, Qin Fan's face was filled with pride. There were dozens of people here this time, but it was obvious that the 5 of them were the ones who were truly qualified to get the most resources. In the cultivation world, the strong were respected. Those with higher strength should naturally get the bigger share. That array is extremely powerful. Don't act rashly later. You might lose your life if you are not careful. Guoshe instructed everyone. He had already entered once, so he naturally had the most authority to speak. Okay, Taoist Guo, we will listen to your instructions. Luoying nodded and said, Okay, let's start. The 5 Vajra realm cultivators walked to the edge of the cave and jumped in under Guoshe's command. Everyone, pay attention. The array is triggered in front. Don't take the risk later. Throw a few stones over to trigger the array and observe carefully. The others nodded after Guoshe finished speaking. He found a place to borrow strength from in the air and stop. Then, he started to throw stones down. Bang! Guoshe threw the stones carefully and looked down with extreme vigilance. 1 second, 2 seconds. After a full minute, there was no reaction from below. How is this possible? Throw another stone and try again. Guoshe threw 2 stones directly this time, but there was still no reaction like the last time. Could this array be able to sense a person's aura and can only be triggered when someone enters? Hearing Guoshe's words, the others had a strange expression. This array was so powerful. Who would be willing to take the risk? Brother Guo, you have already entered once. You already have experience. Why don't you try again? Hearing their words, Guoshe's face suddenly darkened. He was almost cut in half by the array when he came down. He didn't want to take the risk. Besides, he wasn't the only one exploring the ruins. Why should he do it when there were so many people? Seeing that Guoshe didn't say anything, the others also fell into silence. At this moment, Luoying hesitated and said, "Let me do it. Our heavenly jade sacred land's Qinggong is more powerful. The array shouldn't be able to hurt me." With that, Luoying landed slowly. 10 feet, 20 feet, 30 feet. But the array that should have been triggered didn't react at all. Even when Luoying fell to the ground, there was no movement at all. Where's the array? Not to mention others who were puzzled, even Guoshe was confused. When I came down here, I did trigger the formation. Could it be that the formation had lost its effectiveness over the years and disappeared on its own? Hearing Guoshe's words, everyone present felt that this reason was a little far-fetched. Generally, the formation was powered by nature. How could it be damaged so easily? However, no matter what the reason was, it was naturally a good thing that the formation was gone. The others also landed on the ground one after another. Then, he saw a stone door blocking his way. Let's bring everyone down first. Let's go through the trial together. Luoying said. Although the 5 of them were the strongest, the people above them all came from various sects and were inextricably linked to them. Otherwise, with their strength, they could just barge in directly and wouldn't have to wait for the people outside at all. Soon, the people outside also entered the bottom of the cave. Brother Qin, Brother Guo, the two of you are truly formidable. You've only been here for a short while and you've already broken the formation. A disciple of an aristocratic family flattered Qin Fun and the others. Qin Fun's face was a little embarrassed. We didn't break it. When we came down, the formation had already disappeared. It must be Mr. Li who broke it, Bai Ying said excitedly. I knew Mr. Li could break the formation, but you didn't believe it. Who knew that Luoying would be the first to shake her head? Bai Ying, you have been bewitched by that Li guy. With his ability, how could he break the formation? Maybe he had already been cut into pieces by the formation. Then why is there no corpse? Bai Ying questioned. The first one who came down, there was no corpse either, right? Tan Tuo, who was next to her, interrupted. Only then did everyone realize that the first one who came down didn't have a corpse either. Even if he was killed by the formation, why wasn't there a trace of blood? Suddenly, the atmosphere became strange. Well, let's not talk about this topic anymore. There is a stone door blocking the road ahead. Let's find a way to push the stone door open and see what kind of opportunity is inside. At the door next to them, a man who was in the Vajra realm like Luoying looked up and down at the stone door and said, "This should be a hidden mechanism. I once saw it in an ancient book. If you want to push it open, you must break the mechanism. This mechanism is very powerful. Even if you are in the Vajra realm, you will be in danger of dying if you fall into the mechanism. Senior brother Luoyu, do you have a way to break it?" Luoying asked hurriedly. This is very difficult. I only saw the records of this formation at that time, but there are more than 900 ways to set up this formation and also more than 900 ways to break it. If we accidentally break it wrong and trigger the mechanism, I'm afraid our lives will be in danger. Then what should we do? Everyone frowned. Is Taoist Luoyu referring to the 9 palace life and death lock? At this time, Guo suddenly spoke. Luoyu's eyes lit up. Brother Guo knows about this mechanism? Guo smiled proudly. I have dabbled in it before. Although there are more than 900 ways to break the mechanism, we can eliminate them according to the height and width of this stone door and finally determine the way to break the mechanism. As long as everyone gives me some time, I guarantee that I can break it open. Hearing Guo's words, everyone revealed a delighted expression. Senior brother Guo is really talented. He even knows the art of mechanisms. Not simple, not simple. Luoyu also gave a thumbs up. In fact, he had done a lot of research in this area, but he still didn't dare to say that he could break the 9 palace life-death lock. Even Luoying looked at Guo with admiration. Guo was young, handsome, and knowledgeable. He was simply a perfect man. I will need about 5 to 6 hours. Don't disturb me. I will calculate slowly. Guo began to study the door. Bai Ying, who was beside him, muttered, "This array formation must have been broken by Mr. Li. Since Mr. Li isn't here, it means that he has entered the cave. There's only one door in the cave. Could it be that Mr. Li has already broken the mechanism?" Thinking of this, Bai Ying also went forward and began to observe the stone door. Why, Miss Bai Ying also knows about mechanisms? Guo asked doubtfully. I don't know. I just feel that this mechanism is very likely to have been broken by someone. With that said, before Guo could react, she placed her hand on the stone door and gently pushed it. With a creak, the stone door was pushed open. Miss Bai, be careful, Guo reminded loudly. On the other side, Luoying also turned pale with fright. Bai Ying, quickly retreat. Everyone hurriedly retreated, afraid that they would trigger the mechanism and cause casualties. Only 10 seconds passed, and nothing happened. How could this be? Everyone was stunned and looked at Guo and Luoyu in confusion. The two of them echoed each other, and clearly said that the mechanism was very difficult to break. Luoyu and Guo also looked a little embarrassed. When Baiying saw that no mechanism was triggered, she finally heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Mr. Li is indeed omnipotent." "What do you mean? Do you mean that this mechanism was broken by that Mr. Li?" Luo Ying was a little uncertain this time. First it was the array, then it was the mechanism. This was indeed strange. Perhaps this mechanism was originally open and has nothing to do with that Mr. Li. Tan Tuo said loudly. He couldn't believe that all of this was done by Li Changsheng. Wasn't that a guy who only knew how to boast? How could he be so capable? You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.